Let us remind you of some house rules for today's activity. Please turn your cell phones in silent mode to avoid disruptions to our program. Take down notes, write down key points, interesting ideas, and questions that may come to mind. Don't forget to engage actively. So participate in the discussions and ask questions during the open forum. Don't forget also to respect our speakers. So pay attention and avoid talking or using your phone during the presentations. And please remain in your seats and avoid roaming around during the lectures. Also, don't forget to establish networks. So feel free to connect with your fellow attendees, exchange contact information, and discuss topics of mutual interest. Lastly, maintain a positive demeanor, be open-minded, and courteous to both the speaker and your fellow participants.
Again, everyone, please take your seats as our event will begin in about 5 minutes.
Also, please be reminded that you may refer to the exit plan for the emergency exits. Again, we also want to remind everyone that you may refer to the exit plan for the emergency exits. Distinguished speakers and guests, our dear participants, a pleasant morning to all of you. We are delighted to welcome you to our 44th Annual PAASE Meeting and Symposium, or APAMS.
Our theme is Technological Innovations Toward Health, Food and Nutrition Security. The 2024 APAMS is organized by the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. My name is Bethel from the UPLB Institute of Chemistry.
And I am Elaine from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños College of Development Communication and UPLB Zoonosis Center. We are honored to serve as your hosts for this morning.
We are now ready to proceed to our opening ceremonies. We will start off with the untying of the ribbon, symbolizing the commencement of this exciting new chapter for PAASE.
May we call to the hall entrance the following: May we call on our dear Chancellor, Jose V. Camacho Jr., Secretary Renato U. Solidum Jr., Dr. Gladys Completo, Dr. Maria Margaret Peña, Dr. Lourdes Herold, Dr. Christine Binag, Dr. Edna Co, Dr. Angeline Lau, Dr. Amel Salvador, Dr. Juice Santos, and Dr. Mariano Santo Domingo. Our esteemed guests, please direct your attention to the screen where we will witness the untying of the ribbons happening in front of the historic Charles Fuller Baker Memorial Hall. To our distinguished guests, led by DOST Secretary Renato Solidum and our UPLB Chancellor Jose Camacho Jr., together with PAASE President Gladys Cherries Completo and the members of the Executive Board, it is now time for the untying of the ribbon.
Thank you for your attention and for joining us in witnessing the untying of the ribbons. Here at UPLB, we promote sustainability. So instead of cutting, we untie ribbons, which we hope to use in our other events.
At this time, we kindly ask everyone to make their way back to their seats as we prepare for the next part of our program.
As you settle back in, we would like to extend our warmest greetings to all our distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, friends, and family members who are joining us both on site and online. Your presence today is truly appreciated.
May we now invite you to rise for the blessing of this occasion, followed by the Philippine National Anthem to be led by the UPLB Choral Ensemble.
Bayang mag-iiw, pero sa silanganan, hanap ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, nguyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisig. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mo maghang, may dinatagtula at tawid sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isang tawag mo'y kakubay na nagtitigil, ang bituin na taraw niya kailan ang may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng at ipagsinta mo ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya naman ay mga api ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
You may now be seated.
Now, it is my honor to invite on stage our gracious host. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Jose V. Camacho Jr., the Chancellor of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, for his welcome address.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Isang napakaganda at napakasigabong pagbati mula sa University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Sa ating mga bisita, mga opisyales, mga membro ng Philippine American Academy of Science and Engineering, or PAASE. And this year's convener is our chemistry faculty member, Professor Gladys Cheris Completo. Napaka-kompleto po ng aming pagtatanghal ngayong umaga. Lalo't lalo na ng kasama natin ang ating kalihim ng Department of Science and Technology. And of course, to the esteemed members of the PAASE. Napakadami po ninyo, pero mamaya you will be introduced. I'll be joining you up to the fellowship program. And to everyone joining us today, again, welcome to this very historic, we call this the Baker Hall of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Napaka-historic po itong Baker Hall na ito. It is indeed both an honor and a privilege to host APAMS or APAM. Paano ba natin i-pronounce ito, Ma'am Gladys? APAM or AFAM. APAM or APAMS 2024 here at UPLB. And this year, we gather under the theme Technological Innovations Towards Health, Food, and Nutrition Security. A theme that not only challenges us, but also encapsulates our shared commitment to leveraging science and technology as some of the most pressing global and national issues. And as we open today's symposium, we are reminded of the power of collective effort and the significant impact we can make when we pool our knowledge for greater public good. And here at UPLB, we strongly believe in the transformative power of trans, cross-disciplinary collaboration and partnership, and have consistently advocated for it. Currently, we have 102 HEI and state universities and college partner institutions, 102 where we collaborate, we co-create knowledge, products, and this is evident in our current research and extension agenda, the UPLB Agora. Agora in Greek means it's a marketplace, but in UPLB, it's a marketplace of ideas. But essentially, Agora means accelerating growth through one research and extension in action. So today, we are witnessing an Agora here at Baker Hall, led by PAASE. And in the same vein, this symposium is a very testament to that belief, bringing together diverse group of thought leaders, researchers, and innovators from around the globe to explore and to enhance our understanding of how technology can secure a healthier and more sustainable future for all. Over the next 2 days, discussions will delve into cutting-edge research and groundbreaking projects spanning health, food security, and nutrition. And these are the pillars that support not just our survival, but also our ability to thrive as a global community. As we proceed, I encourage all of you to engage deeply, to share openly, and to collaborate effectively. The insights that we all gain and the partnerships that we all forge during this symposium will shape our collective journey toward a future where technological innovations stands at the forefront of health, food, and nutrition security. And so on behalf of the entire UPLB community, I thank you for your presence and your commitment to making a significant difference. May your time here not only be productive, but also inspire you to continue your work with renewed vigor and fresh perspective. Thank you once again and welcome to UPLB.
Thank you so much, our dear Chancellor, Chancellor Camacho. Thank you for welcoming our guests for today's event. So as what Chancellor reminded us or told us that this symposium actually actually allows us to practice UPLB agenda, which is the Agora, as UPLB advocates for inter, trans, and cross-disciplinary collaborations, and of course, co-creation of knowledge. Next, we are privileged to hear from the President of the Philippine American Academy of Science and Engineering, or PAASE, who will officially open our event and introduce to us our esteemed keynote speaker. Colleagues, a round of applause to Dr. Gladys Cherries Completo.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Secretary of Science and Technology, Dr. Rene Solidum Jr., Chancellor of the UP Los Baños, Dr. Jose Camacho Jr., esteemed PAASE colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 44th Annual PAASE Meeting and Symposium. The overarching theme for this year's conference is Filipino scientists across borders towards developing regional science and technology innovation ecosystems. This highlights the collaborative efforts of Filipino scientists and researchers from various regions and disciplines to foster scientific innovation and technological advancements that address global and local challenges. We started this 10-day caravan event 2 days ago at the University of Rizal System with a sub-theme, Technological Innovation Towards Sustainable Education, Agriculture, and Ecotourism. The insights and ideas shared for 2 days have been nothing short of inspiring. They remind us that challenges we face in education, agriculture, and ecotourism are interconnected, and that technology can be a powerful catalyst for a sustainable national development. Now, one key aspect of developing regional science and technology innovation ecosystems is collaboration. So we Filipino scientists have a rich tradition of working collaboratively, what we call in Filipino as balikatan, which means shoulder to shoulder, both within the Philippines and internationally. This spirit of cooperation is essential in addressing the complex challenges we face today, from health crisis to climate change. By sharing knowledge and resources, we can develop innovative solutions that benefit not just one nation, but the entire region and beyond. So for more specifically, for the next 2 days, our sub-theme is technological innovations towards health, food, and nutrition security. Could not be more timely or relevant. I am delighted to see a diverse gathering of experts, innovators, and advocates who are dedicated to addressing some of the most pressing challenges of our time. And to truly harness the potential of Filipino scientists across borders, we must foster an environment that encourages mobility, collaboration, and investment in research and development, Secretary Solidum. This involves creating policies that support scientific exchanges, providing funding for collaborative projects, and building state-of-the-art research facilities. By doing so, we can create a fertile ground for innovation that spans across regions and generates sustainable development. So the importance of innovation in these areas cannot be overstated. In the field of health, we are witnessing remarkable advancements in medical technologies, telemedicine, and biotechnology. In the realm of food and nutrition security, technological innovations are revolutionizing how we produce, distribute, and consume food. From precision agriculture and sustainable supply chains, these innovations are pivotal in addressing food scarcity, malnutrition, and the environmental impact of agriculture. So starting today, we will engage in scientific discussions, share groundbreaking research findings, and forge partnerships. Our diverse gathering of experts, researchers, policymakers, and industry leaders will surely spark new ideas and catalyze meaningful change. So I encourage all of you to actively participate, engage in discussions, and embrace the spirit of innovation that this conference embodies. Together, we can unlock the full potential of technological advancements to create a world where health, food, and nutrition security are within reach for all. So on behalf of PAASE, I extend my sincere gratitude to the administration of UP Los Baños for their invaluable support in co-organizing this momentous event. Once again, welcome to APAMS 2024. Now it is my honor to introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. Renato Solidum Jr., the current Secretary of Science and Technology of the Philippines. With nearly 4 decades of dedicated service at DOST, Dr. Solidum has made significant contributions to science and technology in the country. Dr. Solidum began his career at the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, or what we call PhilVox, in 1984, eventually becoming its director from 2003 to 2017. Before his appointment as secretary in 2022, he served as undersecretary, overseeing various key areas including disaster risk reduction, climate change, and scientific and technical services. Dr. Solidum has received numerous prestigious awards in recognition of his contributions to disaster risk reduction and public service, including the Presidential Citation for Public Service and the Presidential Liquid Bayan Award. Academically, Dr. Solidum holds a PhD in Earth Sciences from the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, University of California, San Diego, a master's degree from the University of Illinois at Chicago, and a bachelor's degree in geology from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Renato Solidum Jr.
Thank you very much. Pasensya na po kayo, may sumisigaw sa front table. Sabi ko, ay, meron na akong kasama mga heckler pag American school. O mahilig mag-aploso. Salamat. To the Chancellor of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Dr. Sevi Camacho. To the President of the PASE 2024 and 2024 APAMS Convener, Dr. Gladys Cheris Completo. Parang one-woman team na siya. Sa apelyido pa lang, okay na. And of course, to its officials and members, distinguished speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Science and technology in the Philippines face significant challenges impacting the country's global innovation performance. In the 2023 Global Innovation Index, GII, the Philippines ranked 56th among 132 economies, excelling in business sophistication at 38th, knowledge and technology outputs at 46th, and market sophistication at 55th. However, improvements are needed in human capital and research at 88% ranking for now, infrastructure, which is at 86th, and institutions at 79th. To address these gaps, the Department of Science and Technology will continue to focus on pushing science, technology, and innovation-driven economic development through strategic investments. Our strong performance in innovation outputs relative to inputs highlights our capability to convert research and development investments into transformative innovations. I am confident that in the years to come, together with the scientific community, both here in the Philippines and our Filipino kababayans in other countries, we will see incremental improvements in our Global Innovation Index ranking by diligently reviewing and enhancing our policies, programs, and strategies. We aim to boost productivity in knowledge generation and strengthen our economic ecosystem for innovation development, adoption, utilization, and commercialization. Today, I am pleased to share updates on some of the DOST's initiatives and projects in health, food, and nutrition security. But allow me to also emphasize that to have health, food, and nutrition security, we must be rich. We must create wealth. We must protect the wealth that we create. Improve our economic performance through climate and disaster resilience, and ensure that we institutionalize sustainability. In the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028, the DOST remains committed to leverage its resources as the major player of Chapter 8, Advanced Research and Development, Technology and Innovation, by strengthening basic research and development and knowledge creation, advancing market-driven and customer-centered research and development, scaling up technology extension, adoption, utilization, and commercialization, and accelerating innovation and entrepreneurship. The DOST continues to lead the Philippines in developing innovative science and technology solutions that create transformative leaps towards overcoming post-pandemic challenges and emerging issues facing Filipinos. To support global development goals and the National Development Agenda, the DOST outlines its strategic directions in the 2023-2028 DOST Strategic Plan, which encapsulates the DOST's mission, values, vision, outcomes, and strategies. In support of the President Ferdinand Marcos Jr.'s socio-economic agenda, the policies, plans, and programs of the department are intertwined on 4 strategic pillars or outcomes. First is the promotion of human well-being, where we address health concerns, food and nutrition, access to clean water, clean energy, having a clean environment, and access to decent shelter and clothing. The second is to make sure that we foster wealth creation by ramping up our R&D, technology translation, and commercialization, or apply science and technology to increase productivity of existing enterprises, creating more jobs, or develop new enterprises. The third pillar is to reinforce our wealth protection, meaning we don't only save lives, but livelihood, because nothing undermines economic development, but it is the large or extreme natural hazards which turn into disasters and the threat of global warming that will really impede our economic development. And lastly, we need to institutionalize sustainability to make sure that the wealth that we create right now are also enjoyed by the future generation. But to sustain would also mean that our efforts as a scientific community must be localized by developing smart, resilient, and sustainable communities, which would be focused on these 4 pillars. To support the achievement of these 4 pillars, the department strengthens the operations of the whole DOST system such that all available resources are aligned towards a more equitable operation at the national, regional, and provincial levels, with our grant in aid subdivided into R&D, to commercialization geared towards regional development, and scientific and technical services. The department embraces the socioeconomic agenda of the President by aggressively implementing science, technology, and innovation programs focused on pressing issues faced by the Filipino people in the near term, especially in tackling health, food security, and safety, safely reopening face-to-face education, and medium term by encouraging research and development and innovation, creating quality jobs, and establishing livable and sustainable communities and also social protection. The DOST, with its 18 attached agencies, 16 regional offices, and 80 provincial science and technology offices, commit to prioritize the conduct of programs and projects to generate jobs and strengthen regional development, ensure security in food, health, water, and energy, enhance resilience to climate change and disaster risks, develop our S&T human resource pool, upgrade science, technology, and innovation facilities, pursue digital transformation, and change the landscape of cities and communities for sustainable development through science, technology, and innovation. Let me cite some of these innovations. On promotion of human well-being, addressing health concerns, the department provided funding to UP Manila and, of course, UP Diliman in the development of our Xbox, a biomedical device capable of measuring a patient's temperature, blood pressure, heart rate, oxygen saturation, uterine contractions, and electrocardiogram readings. Through the RX box, frontline workers in the rural areas can link with specialists in the urban areas to provide maternal health care services and modernize the healthcare services in geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. As of December 2023, the project was completed with 1,000 units deployed to selected health facilities and rural health centers nationwide. DOST and PCHRD, the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development, has funded studies under its Tuklas Lunas program or drug discovery program and through earlier projects predating Tuklas Lunas, leading to the development of various pharmaceutical and health products tailored to Filipino needs and are now available in the market. Examples are the Lagundi, used for the relief of coughs due to common colds, and bronchospasm associated with asthma, bronchitis, and other lung disorders. The Isambong tablet, which provides a clinically proven, effective yet affordable, safe, and non-invasive alternative to expensive treatments for kidney stones and edema. The Tawa-Tawa herbal supplement is used for managing dengue and its related symptoms. The Kajos-based product line named Skivius includes a serum, gel, and toner spray with antibacterial properties. Kajos or Pigeon Pea is used as the base ingredient in this locally formulated skincare product. The research into Kajos revealed its beneficial antibacterial properties, leading to its incorporation in topical antibacterial products. The commercialization of the Kajos-based product line named Skivius was made possible through the academic industry partnership of University of San Agustin, where we have many Balik scientists, Maridan Industries Incorporated, and Pharma Galen X Innovation Incorporated. DOST-PCHRD is supporting the development of lab-based food product for the management of metabolic complications of HIV patients, and is also supporting the development of standardized turmeric extract. In the pipeline, under the terrestrial component of the discovery and development of health products, would be 23 standardized dosage forms for inflammation, diabetes, gout, and hypertension. And these are developed and already to be presented to the industry for early licensing and partnership. In terms of drug discovery from marine organisms, to date, we have some candidate peptides and compounds that have been found to have potential bioactivity for pain, neurodegeneration, drug-resistant bacteria, and cancer. Some of the samples being studied include sponges and their associated microorganisms and other marine actinobacteria from sediments. Research and development initiatives to support the establishment of the Virology Institute of the Philippines are integrated under the Virology and Vaccine Research Program. Since its conception in 2021, the program has been supporting 29 PCHRD monitored projects, which mainly contributes to the fundamental virology research and capacity building phase of the Virology Institute of the Philippines. One of the ongoing projects being monitored by PCHRD aims to develop a COVID-19 oral vaccine for Filipinos using the probiotic yeast as a delivery platform. It is being implemented by the University of Santo Tomas. Other products of research and development which have already been commercialized includes Biotech M, a diagnostic kit which acts as a confirmatory test for diagnosis of dengue infection in the first 0 to 5 days of illness, and results would be known in an hour or less. Mas mabilis po to. This kit is based on the LAMP technology, and it is efficient but is less costly than the currently available PCR technology used in dengue detection. So if you're a patient and you have your blood tested using the LAMP test kit, if it lights, you have dengue. If it does not light, you don't have dengue. So while waiting, you have to pray. And your prayer should go like this: Lord, let there be no light. Hindi po kasama sa speech ko yun. The other product is Gen Amplify COVID-19 RT-PCR detection kit, the first locally developed kit for the detection of COVID-19. This was developed through next-generation sequencing, a process that identifies the DNA and properties of several unknown organisms. Among the remarkable accomplishments of the Biomedical Engineering for Health program is the development and commercialization of the Access Knee Revision System. This system is a revision of total knee replacement system designed and the first world-class knee replacement system developed in the ASEAN region. Kasi po, karamihan po ng knee replacement ay Western standard. Minsan hindi talaga angkop at suited sa laki ng mga knee ng mga Filipino. It uses a femur mechanical access finder to allow surgeons to perform correct implant alignment by locating the true mechanical axis of the lower extremities. It is well suitable for Asian knees, specifically for Filipinos, and is more accessible as it costs 50% to 100% less than its competitors worldwide. In the pipeline, among the funded projects of the UST and PCHRD is an R&D study led by the Philippines for Peace Philippines Foundation Incorporated, which aims to develop above knee and below elbow prosthesis using the Mobile Assistive Device Workshop Unit. Specifically, it aims to assess prosthetic outcomes among patients provided through a mobile unit compared with patients provided through the facility-based workshop, such as the fabrication and maintenance time, adjustment of repair incidents, and patient satisfaction. The project has successfully fabricated and distributed 12 above the knee and 11 below the knee prosthetic devices through the mobile workshop unit. Another project, which comes from the Zamboanga Peninsula, focused on the development of a local 3D printed osteosynthesis plate using emerging biomaterials such as polyether ketone, or more commonly known as PEEK. Custom implants using PEEK can be 3D printed in the hospital or laboratory and can be specifically modeled with the patient's anatomical structure, which eliminates long awaiting times and reduced costs. Now, turning into food security, we have provided support to the agriculture sector, such as the development of the carrageenan plant growth promoter. This comes from seaweed bombarded with electron beam and is a foliage fertilizer. Results of multi-location field trials by UPLB and PhilRice in collaboration with the Department of Agriculture and DOST regional offices in many regions showed an increase in yield between 15 to 40% for carrageenan PGP treated rice crops, as compared to crops grown under farmers' practice. We can use this for other commodities. The carrageenan PGP is currently registered as an inorganic fertilizer by the Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority, with Philippine Nuclear Research Institute as the licensed manufacturer. We also have the smarter approaches to reinvigorate agriculture as an industry in the Philippines, or the Sarai technology led by UPLB. The program aims to reduce climate risks by providing agricultural stakeholders with site-specific crop advisories. Sarai advisories focus on integrating local weather data and drought forecasts with farm management activities, specifically nutrient and water management and proactive pest and disease monitoring. The projects implemented by the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, together with 11 state universities and colleges and 6 national government agencies. Ang biro ko nga sa DOST, mabuti successful, kaya naging Sarai. Kung hindi yan naging successful, alam niyo na ang mangyayari. Minus S. Aray po ang tawag. Mabuti na lang, Chancellor Camacho, successful. DOST, through the Food and Nutrition Research Institute, also contributes in addressing food security through its food product development, which also helps solve the nutritional problems that confronts the Filipino population, which were identified from the National Nutrition Survey. And these includes fortified foods, complementary foods, vegetable supplemented products, ready-to-eat foods, and ready-to-drink beverages. This is very important, as the Human Development Index report by the World Bank released 3 weeks ago showed that we are right on the sweet spot of our labor force, where many of our youth could be part of the workforce. But 20 to 25 years from now, the study indicates that only 52% of the potential for our youth will be used because of what we have in education, the way we teach, malnutrition and stunting, poor health services, and poor social protection capability. We need to improve on this, and I hope that PAASE can contribute to this advocacy. We also continue to invest in the native animal development in the country, including native chicken, native pig, and native duck. Why do we do this? Well, development of native animals are vital because they are better equipped to handle local climate conditions. And that is why even DA during El Nino has strengthened their distribution of native animals. These native animal breeds underwent purification process, or the process of developing pure lines or true to type populations not mixed with mongrel breeds. To ensure continuous agricultural activities, we help address concerns on water security. We have the hydraulic ram pump, or HydRAM, which is developed through a DOST-funded research project in Region 3. It utilizes the energy from flowing water, such as a spring, stream, or river, to pump water to a certain height. We also continue the deployment of the solar-powered drip irrigation system, which is among the smart agricultural practices and benefited farmer organizations and women's groups come from provinces of 3 regions. Now, to address health, food, and nutrition security, we must have money. We can have agricultural commodities and products, but we don't have money to buy, we still have a problem. So we are pushing for the wealth creation. On wealth creation, the DOST is pushing for scaling up of technology-based enterprises through science, technology, and innovation. One of the programs on this is the Science for Change program, which has been conceptualized to accelerate science, technology, and innovation and provide support for higher education institutions, research development institutions, and industry partners. The Science for Change program has 4 program components, namely need centers in the regions for R&D or NICER, collaborative research and development to leverage the economy or CRADLE, R&D leadership program, and business innovation through S&T for industry program. The NICER program aims to address the disparity in access to R&D funding among the regions. Through the program, qualified higher education institutions and even hospitals in the regions are provided with grants so that they can undertake quality research directed at promoting regional development with their existing capabilities and resources addressing the problems that they encounter in the region. Since its inception, there have been 46 NICER with 148 R&D projects implemented, with a total cumulative funding from 2016 to 2024 of 2.59 billion pesos. The CRADLE program aims to enable technological advancement and innovation of local companies and to support the growth of the Philippine innovation ecosystem. If the company has a productivity problem or a problem in their operation, but they don't have a research group, then we provide grant to universities and research institutions to address the problem of the company. As of April 2024, we have provided funds for 116 academic industry collaboration with a total grant of 535 million pesos. The R&D LEAD program aims to help develop and strengthen further the research capabilities of the academic, research and development institutions, and other line agencies nationwide to make sure that they are able to do R&D. Lastly, the Business Incubation through Science and Technology program aims to provide financial assistance to Filipino private companies for the acquisition of strategic and relevant technologies. As of April 2024, there are a total of 8 technology acquisition projects with a total approved funding of 120.85 million implemented in 5 regions. Essentially, the money is payable in 3 years without interest. So hopefully, more companies would avail of this program. Our assistance to micro, small, and medium enterprises have been expanded by implementing the Small Enterprise Upgrading Program 4.0 to focus on addressing pressing problems in the health and wellness sector, information and communications technology, and electronics industries. Most of the MSMEs we have supported come from the food sector and even metals fabrication sector. From July 2022 to April 2024, we assisted 1,161 beneficiaries with a funding assistance amounting to 1.3 billion pesos. The Community Empowerment through Science and Technology program continues to flourish by assisting 1,900 communities from July 2022 to April 2024. We focus on geographically isolated places and disadvantaged areas, and we have 5 entry points for our assistance: economic development, health and nutrition concerns, environmental conservation, human resource development, and disaster risk reduction and management, and climate change adaptation. Even in far-flung barangays, we go. We also have a program for returning overseas Filipino workers and their families, those who want to do business after they return, or if they want their families to have business. We have the Innovations for Filipinos Working Distantly from the Philippines, or I-Forward PH program. We provide assistance by conducting training, technical advisory, consultancy services, and funding assistance with the help of techno-entrepreneurs. We provide 6 weeks training for basic business 101, and then 6 weeks for proposal making. And if the proposals are approved, we provide counterpart funding, with the OFW also providing funding. We started with 300,000 pesos counterpart. We have increased it to 500,000 this year. Our Startup Grant Funds program intends to provide a fund mechanism that would support local startups. The focus on providing solutions that are relevant to the needs of the people and reinvigorate the economy during this post-COVID situation. To date, there are 64 startups for funding, aside from those that we have funded years ago. 43 are under the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technologies. 8 are under the Philippine Council for Health, Research, and Development, and 13 are under the Philippine Council for Agriculture and Aquatic and Natural Resources. Now, the Philippines is on top of the list of disaster-prone countries in the world. We are number 1. And we need to ensure protection of our lives and our economy to attain security for health, food, and nutrition. Wealth protection is one of the 4 pillars of the DOST, and this is in response to crises brought about by natural and human-induced hazards. In reinforcing wealth protection, the DOST positions at the forefront of protecting and mitigating the impact of natural calamities on families, communities, MSMEs, and big enterprises. It spearheads the development and transfer of climate and disaster-resilient technologies and innovations, and the provision of accessible science-based information and services for disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. As such, the DOST supports the government in its drive to prepare and enhance the country's resilience by promoting the adoption and practical use of DOST-developed, funded, and supported technological innovations for disaster mitigation, preparedness, rehabilitation, and recovery. One of such effort is the GeoRisk Philippines initiative, which helps in assessing a place for hazard in 30 seconds. You use the hazard hunter, you use the GPS of your phone wherever you are, or zoom in on the map, double tap the screen of your phone or computer, you would know all the hazards that that area can be affected with in 30 seconds and with complete assessment in less than 1 minute. This GeoRisk Philippines has developed geoanalytics PH to assess the hazards and exposure of barangays, towns, and cities, and has developed the only automated planning tool for recovery, branded as PlanSmart PH, which is known all over the world, as this is now being supported and advertised by the World Bank. The DOST continues to improve the weather, flood, climate monitoring system of Pag-asa. We have now 19 Doppler weather radars. We have established 25 flood forecasting and warning systems, and 18 of which are for the major river basins. In addition, the department has recently installed 2 X-band radars to monitor river basins, which are usually flooded, bringing together a total of 6 X-band radars as of April 2024. We need more. In the meantime, the DOST PHIVOLCS, Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, has commissioned a total of 127 seismic stations across the country and added more volcano seismic stations to monitor our active volcanoes, which are misbehaving from time to time. On wealth protection, one of the major advocacies of the department includes the holding of the Handa Pilipinas Innovations in DRRM Exposition, which is to raise the awareness of the public in addressing natural or man-made calamities by showing them and informing them with the innovations and technologies developed by DOST, inventors, and other members of the scientific community. Handa Pilipinas has been a popular exhibition where we showcase in 3 legs, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao every year, innovations that can be used by local government, not only for saving lives, but even for agriculture and other concerns. Handa Pilipinas connotes 2 messages. Handa Pilipinas, meaning the Philippines is ready for any disaster, which is a vision. But Handa Pilipinas is also a call to action for us to prepare. Lastly, on sustainability, we continue to maintain and establish state-of-the-art facilities which are housing different advanced equipment and machineries that are being used in research and development. For example, We have developed through the Industrial Technology Development Institute and deployed 4 mobile modular food processing facility, coined as Food Trip, or the Food on the Road Innovation and Processing Facilities. These model mobile processing plants on wheels with modules for different sections and processing auxiliaries aim to extend the reach of STI-based value-adding interventions for the agri-fishery sector. We address the overproduction of agriculture and fishery commodity, where you can put in the raw material and at the end of the process inside the mobile truck, it's already packed, ready to be sold or distributed. At present, there are 4 food trips deployed and ready for use in regions of Mimaropa, Region 6, Region 9, and Region 10. The science for convergence of agriculture and tourism enhances the productivity and capacity for sustainable farming practices, while highlighting the beauty and unique offerings of agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources-based farms as tourism avenues. This modality will encourage the adoption of eco and agro-based recreational activities, all while promoting the mature technologies. During the recently conducted 46th Annual Scientific Meeting of the National Academy of Science and Technology, with the theme Beyond Farm Productivity, Transforming the Philippine Food System to Address Equity, Consumer Health, and Environmental Issues, among the resolutions made, which the department shall support, include promote and invest in research on conservation and regenerative agriculture and fisheries practices, including eco-friendly packaging materials. Ensure that modern technologies are embedded in products and services which are accessible and affordable. Conduct science policy and legislative fora together with National Academy of Science and Technology, National Research Council of the Philippines, that involve participation from all stakeholders for an effective food system transformation framework, and implement special scholarship program, upskilling and reskilling programs in collaboration with other government agencies, state universities, and colleges. Building from the gains of our R&D work and considering the needs of the time, not the now, DOST will ramp up its efforts to develop programs and projects along the lines of artificial intelligence, geospatial analytics, and technology solutions for research, quantum computing, Industry 4.0, circular economy, smart agriculture, smart technologies, and biologics in the pharma industry. We have around 3 billion pesos of proposals already in line, which will expand our existing programs on this subject matter. But DOST and the government can only do so much. We need the support of all of you to realize the impacts of this R&D work in the country's economy and the well-being of our people. R&D is always a risky endeavor, but it is much more fulfilling and confidence-inspiring to continue on with this work, despite many challenges, knowing that many others, including all of you who are here, believe that these R&D works are important and crucial to the development of the Philippines. Before I end, I would like to share with you something exciting, and I hope to have everyone on board. With our continuous efforts to accelerate innovations in the Philippines, we bring you the DOST Program Propel. Program Propel has two visions: accelerating innovations in the Philippines and propelling innovations from the Philippines. This program covers our suite of efforts for technology transfer and commercialization. Our mission is simple yet impactful: to bring Philippine scientific and technological advancements to market, unlocking the competitive edge in our innovations while empowering our scientists, MSMEs, and industries to push the boundaries of collaborations, disruption, and enterprise. Program Propel accelerates innovations incubated locally with global customer targets. Expanding our platforms, particularly at the grassroots level, fostering a localized focus on science and technology solutions and innovations, offering a greater potential to address the daily challenges faced by our communities. As of now, the R&D space is limited to proposals submitted by those who have master's degrees as a program leader and above. But I've already instructed, and we have already a program that all regional and provincial offices will be innovation hubs that they can start entertaining any idea. Sa idea pa lang po, they can discuss with anyone so that this can be explored for innovation. The true essence of progress lies within local communities. By empowering local actors with essential leadership, management, business processing, and decision-making skills infused with science and technology perspectives, we anticipate a higher likelihood of generating solutions that comprehensively tackle local challenges. Through Program Propel, we are accelerating innovations in the Philippines and propelling innovations from the Philippines. So, ladies and gentlemen, having technologies addressing health, food, nutrition issues is very important, but these need to be supported by technologies that would create wealth so that we can fund more R&D and we can buy the food that we want. Maraming po salamat sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Secretary Solidu. May we invite you again on stage for the awarding of plaque of appreciation. To award the plaque of appreciation to our keynote speaker, may we call back on stage PAASE President Gladys Completo and UPLB Chancellor Jose V. Camacho Jr.
Let me read the citation. This plaque of appreciation is awarded to Dr. Renato U. Solidum Jr. for his invaluable contribution as keynote speaker during the 2024 annual PAASE meeting and symposium with the theme Filipino Scientists Across Borders towards developing regional S&T innovation ecosystems, and sub-theme Technological Innovations Towards Health, Food, and Nutrition Security, held on 15th to 17th July 2024 at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Again, let's give him a round of applause.
Okay, on to the next part of our program, the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between UPLB and PAASE. Before the actual signing, we invite you all to watch this.
change is the norm, adaptability, innovation, and resilience are crucial. As the leading higher education institution in the country, the University of the Philippines Los Baños engages in initiatives to future-proof research, learning, and public service to foster communities that can thrive amidst unpredictability and dynamic challenges. Grounded in compassion and a collaborative spirit, UPLB is dedicated to consolidating and seeking groundbreaking solutions and fostering academic excellence. In this regard, UPLB is building partnerships with local and international higher education institutions, industry players, government agencies, and research organizations to cultivate academic exchange and collaboration. It is expanding the country's capacity for building knowledge capital by using its expertise and empowering its local partners. This has given rise to more opportunities for pursuing higher education with UPLB and its partner universities. It aggressively pursues technological commercialization and incorporates entrepreneurial approaches into the university's knowledge resources that UPLB shares with communities. To establish a sustainable and efficient foundation for these efforts, it is accelerating digital transformation on campus, making university processes and services more accessible and efficient. These efforts to future-proof the university have borne fruit, with UPLB garnering awards and recognition from reputable institutions locally and abroad. As UPLB continues to lay the foundations for the future of higher education, it will continue towards its goal of becoming a leader in knowledge creation, research utilization, and public service.
Now, we invite Chancellor Camacho and PAASE President Completo on stage for the Memorandum of Understanding signing. May we request the PAASE Board of Director members to please come up on stage as well to witness the signing of the MOU. Again, we would like to request the BOD members of PAASE to please stand here on stage as witnesses during the signing of our MOU. As we sign this MOU, UPLB and PAASE will continue to strengthen their partnership in terms of research and academic collaboration. Let's give them a warm round of applause. We would like to have another photo opportunity for the PAASE Board of Directors with Chancellor Camacho here on stage. May we call on Secretary Solidum to please join our photo opportunity here.
Okay, may we request all PAASE members to come on stage for a photo opportunity with UPLB Chancellor Camacho. Again, all members of PAASE, please come on stage. Next, PAASE President Dr. Gladys Completo will be awarding a certificate of appreciation to Chancellor Jose V. Camacho Jr. Chancellor and Doc Gladys, can we ask you to remain on stage for the awarding of Dr. Gladys? This certificate of appreciation is awarded to Chancellor Jose V. Camacho Jr. for their invaluable contribution as speaker during the 2024 annual PAASE meeting and symposium with the theme Filipino Scientists Across Borders Towards Developing Regional S&T Innovation Ecosystems, and sub-theme Technological Innovations Towards Health, Food, and Nutrition Security, held on 15 to 17 July 2024 at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Friends, we will be taking a short break in a while. In the meantime, we would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge our generous sponsors. Thank you to caller application specialists, our silver sponsors, Levins International Corporation, Diant Enterprise, Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture, Optima Equipment Corporation.
Special thanks to our gold sponsors, BioAssets, Pascual Pharma Corporation, Rainfield Incorporated, De La Salle University, Manila.
Our sincerest appreciation to our platinum sponsors, Everlife Lifeline Diagnostics, Macare Medicals Incorporated, Office of Speaker Romualdez, Bihis Maala Basics, Department of Science and Technology, Department of Agriculture, Livestock Biotechnology Center. Thank you so much for helping us make this event possible.
Yes, thank you so much. And it's now time for our snacks. Enjoy and be back in 15 minutes, okay? 15 minutes for our plenary lectures. Thank you, and we'll see you again shortly. Enjoy.
The 44th Annual PAASE Meeting and Symposium.
And patriotic greetings to the Philippine American Academy of Science and Engineering, or PAASE for short, on your 44th Annual Meeting and Symposium. It is with great honor that I extend felicitations to Secretary of Health, Dr. Teodoro Javier Herbosa, Secretary of Science and Technology, Dr. Renato F. Solidum, and most importantly, to the best of our country's scientists and engineers here and abroad who have come together to further the advance of science and technology for the betterment of our society and our planet. I am Congresswoman Ruth Mariano Hernandez of the 2nd District of Laguna. As a congresswoman and a proud alumna of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, I am deeply honored to be part of this gathering of brilliant minds under the theme Filipino Scientists Across Borders towards developing regional science and technology innovation ecosystems. I am informed that the PAASE has continued to work closely with our government through the Department of Science and Technology to tackle the pressing needs of the country and to continually surmount the challenges of our scientists and engineers in various fields of endeavor. We are encouraged by the efforts of PAASE to train various students in the Philippines and across the globe with the objective of furthering science and technology for the benefit of our people and the rest of humankind. We all face the rigors of addressing the economic woes and the huge odds of climate change that bring about never-ending challenges to our country and the rest of the developing world. It is my belief that all this and other challenges can be addressed in the long term by utilizing the vast potential of our human resources to look into and harness the finite resources our country has in our lands and our seas with a guidepost of science and technology for the benefit of our nation and our people. It is in this regard that we look forward to PAASE in collaboration with our government to push forward in making science and technology attractive to our youth, increase its impact on Filipino society toward a better future. Congratulations and all the best for many years to come.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're enjoying your snacks. We will continue with our program in 5 minutes. Again, we will continue with our program in 5 minutes. Thank you. Sound. No. Sound. Hello, for everyone's information, our comfort room po is on the right side of the Baker Hall. Papunta po sa swimming pool. Okay, so please, if you want to go to the comfort room, it's on the right side of the Baker Hall po. Okay, hello. Ayan. I hope you enjoyed your snacks, everyone. Welcome back. Can we now take our seats? It is now time for the highlight of our event, the plenary lectures. So for this part, may I call on Dr. Gonzalo Serafica, Chair of the Board of Directors of PAASE. Let's give him a round of applause.
Magandang umaga. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Yeah, let's get settled down. I think we're in a very exciting part of our meeting now. This is where the real science and commercialization of technologies begin, and the true innovation. And I'm very excited, actually, with our fresh from UC Davis import to discuss exactly. I consider Carlito actually one of the most seasoned technopreneur in PAASE. He surpassed my years of commercializing technologies by a mile now. He's probably on his fourth startup already. But definitely this first plenary session will be still focused on technical innovations. No? But because of Carlito being a seasoned entrepreneur in the US, maybe he can also discuss that aspect. I don't know what he prepared for us today, but if he doesn't show it in the beginning, I'll definitely extract it in the open forum. Definitely, this topic is very relevant and timely for us for global health initiatives. So, but before Carlito, we invited SecTed, which I was hoping to actually interface with, given our request for some regulatory assistance. But unfortunately, he won't be coming in today. But nevertheless, I'd like to introduce Dr. Ted Herbosa. Is a physician by training in trauma, surgery, and disaster medicine. He's actually contributed a lot. I met him when he was USEC about 8 years ago with Secretary Ona. And definitely, they've been all for the UHC, our version of Medicare in the Philippines. And hopefully, through innovative funding and partnerships, we'll be able to roll it out. He's learned his craft early in Johns Hopkins and also on the word associations on disaster medicine. So definitely he's our key player now. He's also a PAASE member thanks to Giselle Concepcion, who actually recruited him during COVID at that time. Although he can't be here in person, I know he's here in spirit, and we'll definitely chase him down after the meeting in terms of our inputs, especially in the health sector. So please turn your attention on the screen on his recorded message. So Dr. Ted Herbosa, Secretary of Health. Thank you.
Secretary Renato Solidum, Department of Science and Technology. Chancellor Jose V. Camacho, UP Los Baños. Dr. Gladys Cheris Completo, President, the Philippine American Academy of Science and Engineering. PAASE officers, Board of Directors, and members, distinguished guests, honored scientists, participants, ladies and gentlemen, isang malusog at mapagpalang araw sa inyong lahat. On behalf of the Philippines Department of Health, it is a profound honor to address these esteemed members of the Philippine American Academy of Science and Engineering and the honored resource persons and participants at this 44th Annual Meeting Symposium with the theme, Filipino Scientists Across Borders, towards developing regional science and technology innovation ecosystems. Hashtag, balik ka sa bayan mo. The intersection of science and technology with health is vital and indispensable. In a world where medical advancements occur at a breathtaking pace, the ability to utilize cutting-edge science and technology is necessary in achieving our vision of universal health care. Our health sector's 8-point action agenda under the banner of Sa Bagong Pilipinas, Bawat Buhay Mahalaga, underscores our dedication to health equity and ensuring bawat Pilipino ramdam ang kalusugan. Our commitment to modernizing the health sector stands at the forefront of our agenda. The Department of Health is resolute in its trust to embrace the latest medical technologies in our health services, from telemedicine and electronic health records to medical devices and research in genomics. These innovations will pave the way for a more efficient, responsive, and equitable health system. To the Philippine American Academy of Science and Engineering, your contributions to science and engineering in the Philippines have been monumental. Your efforts in developing systems are commendable and vital to our national progress. Congratulations on this symposium. As we move forward, let us continue to work together, bridging the gap between science, technology, and health. Let us strive to create a Philippines where every life is valued and every Filipino has access to the best possible healthcare. Dahil sa bagong Pilipinas, bawat buhay mahalaga. Maraming salamat po.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Herbosa. Talaga, sa bawat buhay ng Pilipino dapat mahalaga. I bet everyone in the audience dreams of that day where we actually put value on every single Filipino life. But as we move forward, it's my pleasure now, actually, to introduce our next plenary speaker, a good friend. I kind of drive around with him in the US when I come and visit him. And of course, this session will delve very deeply on new analytical methods for the chemical characterization of food and their relationship to health. And actually, I will insert this in it's very important because 40% on how long we're going to live is because of the food we eat and our lifestyle. And that's how important what Dr. Carlito Lebrilla is going to talk about. And Dr. Lebrilla is actually a distinguished professor at the University of California in Davis. He actually served as the chair of their chemistry department and has done extensive work on mass spectroscopy. I saw actually 4 or 6 of his LCMS the last time I visited him a year ago. And again, his research is focused on clinical glycomics and biofunctional foods. He's also an awardee of the Alexander von Humboldt and the NSF NATO Fellowship Awards, as well as a fellow of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. There's nearly 500 peer-reviewed publications. No mention of his H-index, which I'm sure is very... Never mind. While serving as co-chief of his mass spectroscopy review board as well, and of course, definitely he's been sought after by the various editorial boards of international journals. So I hope let's give a warm welcome in welcoming Dr. Carlito Lebrilla.
Well, thank you, Dr. Serafika. And I'd also like to thank Dr. Completo for organizing this fabulous meeting and for inviting me to give this talk. So this lecture is mainly for the students, and I thought I would give you a little bit of a background about my life, and because a lot of the things that I did was not planned. And so in innovation, you have to be open to different possibilities. It may not always go in the way that you plan it, but when the opportunities arise, you should be open to it and not just be focused on what you're doing. Okay. All right, so this is where I started. When I was actually born in San Jose, Mindoro. And when I was 6 or 7 years old, my parents decided we're all gonna move to the United States. To this day, I don't know why they did it, because we had a pretty comfortable life in Mindoro. But my mother was she wanted always something more. And so I think it was her decision, and she convinced my dad that we should go to the US. And so we ended up going to a small farming community back then in Stockton. And so that's where essentially I grew up in California. I'm pretty much a Californian. I grew up and went to school at UC Irvine. I did my PhD at UC Berkeley. And then I had this crazy idea that I wanted to go study in Europe, do my postdoc in Europe. So after UC Berkeley, I backpacked through China. I flew to Hong Kong and thought, you know what? I could probably backpack through China. And so I got a visa in China and walked through China essentially and ended up in Beijing. And I said, well, I'm gonna take the train from Beijing to Berlin. And so I took the Trans-Siberian Railroad when it was still the Soviet Union, and Beijing and China still had no personal cars. So it was just buses and bicycles and so on. But it was a journey, and I thought this would be really interesting. And so I went to Berlin as a Humboldt Fellow and worked with a mass spectrometrist there. His name was Helmut Schwartz. He eventually became president of the Humboldt Federation and very high up even in the political community in Germany. And so it was there in Germany that I decided I wanted to go into academics. Before that, I was gonna get a job in Houston. I had already a job lined up with Shell Oil, and I was gonna do work in hydrocarbon refining. But while in Berlin, I found out that I loved the scientific even more than in Berkeley. I found out that I loved the scientific questions, that I loved working with other graduate students. And so I came back to Davis, or I got a position in Davis, where I built my own mass spectrometer, right? And so this was a high performance mass spectrometer in 1987, right? Actually 1989. And so this was built from scratch. They gave me $250,000 to build this instrument, but the price of the magnet alone was about $200,000. And so I found another place that did superconducting magnets for $40,000, right? And so an opportunity came, and I said, well, I'm gonna try to put this together, get high resolution mass spec, and so it took off from there. And so my very first papers were really on the fundamentals of ion molecule reactions. What happens in gas phase, And it was associated to what Joey does, and it was in space. We wanted to know what happens to molecules in vacuum. And then eventually we started doing, for some reason, oligosaccharides because people said it was really hard, and somehow that sort of was attractive to me. So after this, we sort of really expanded into biochemistry and health and so on. And so today, my group does what I think is in the nexus of analytical methods, food, and diseases. And so in the last few years, we've been trying to put all that together, and I'll show you how we got here and where we're going. But from heterogeneous catalysis to looking at mother's milk seems like a long journey, but actually it wasn't. And again, it was because I think I opened myself up to opportunities that was there at the time. And so if you look at technology, we've improved incredibly in DNA sequencing, RNA sequencing, and protein sequencing. However, if you look at all these different compounds, they're all glycoconjugates. They're all attached to sugars, right? Yet sugar, the most abundant compound in nature, is not really well understood. So the structures of sugars were not very well characterized because we had no methods to characterize sugars. And so that was the challenge for us, and that was the problem that we chose. But we also chose it because a lot of people were doing protein sequencing, and a lot of people were doing DNA sequencing. And as an assistant professor, I couldn't compete with that. So I decided to go off on my own and do something nobody wanted to do, and that was sugar chemistry. And so that's what we did. We decided that we're just going to do something that no one wanted to do. And no one wanted to do it because it was really hard. But nonetheless, I was too naive, and I thought, well, how hard could it be? So you just start doing, simple compounds and work your way up. And so that's what we did. And so as we went then forward, over the years then, we built up a repertoire of instruments that we use today. We have a lot of mass spectrometers, and sometimes people here ask me, why do you need so many different types of mass spectrometers? It's because they do very different things. And so you shouldn't be happy with just having one tool. You have to have multiple tools because they all do different things. And what really helped us move forward was the fact that these tools were also being developed at the same time. And so we didn't have to build our own instruments anymore. These were now becoming commercially available with the same kind of performance that we had built into our system. And so a lot of these instruments are also pretty expensive. The Orbitrap is about $1.2 million. The QTOF is about $700,000. And I always, as a researcher, I always have to tell people the price because they need to know what it costs to do research, right? But I also like to say the price because the average price of a house in Davis is about $900,000. So this is like a neighborhood in Davis in terms of the housing cost. So these are the instruments that we use, and these are the types of compounds that we started to look at. We looked at free oligosaccharides, we looked at glycoproteins, the N-glycans, the O-glycans, we started to look at the glycolipids, and more recently, we looked at the polysaccharides. And so this was what made carbohydrate analysis very difficult. It was because there were so many different compounds, there's no sequence, and at the same time, we need to be able to characterize each individual structure. And so here's the connection to UP Los Baños. So at the time, when we started doing oligosaccharides, we were doing it one at a time. And so we wanted to do it much more quickly. And so I got a graduate student from UP Los Baños, Milena Niño Nuevo, who some of you probably know. And at the same time, Agilent Corporation was developing their lab on a chip. And I was at a conference and I met Rudy Grimm there, and he said, you know, your problem could be solved if you had one of our instruments. And I said, well, can you give me one of your instruments? And so they gave us the very first lab on a chip with a nano LC to separate out the different compounds. And so with that, Milady figured out how to separate these oligosaccharides found in human milk using this method. And this is the original paper. It was called A Strategy for Annotating the Human Milk Glycome. And this was really important because we've known that there were non-digestible fiber in human milk for over 80 years, but no one knew what they did. And so there was a lot of theory out there. And there was also a lot of theory as to how many structures there were. People thought there were 10,000, 100,000, millions of structures. And they thought it was so hard that it could never be solved. Well, Milady solved it. She figured out that each mother only had about 100 structures. And if you take 5 mothers, there were only about 300 structures. So it wasn't an impossible problem. And the reason I think that she figured that out was she just didn't worry about how hard it was. She just went ahead and did it, right? And so that's where we are. So we took that and then we started analyzing these things. And it looks like this. This is what it looks like. So this is a chromatogram. This is what's done much later by Sarah Totten. But this is the original, pretty much what you would observe. We were able to annotate each structure and we could quantitate it. And once we could do that, then we solved the problem of what oligosaccharides did, right? And what did it do? Well, it turned out that its main role was to feed a bacteria. And this bacteria was called Bifidolongum subspecies infantis. And so this bacteria has enzymes to cut up carbohydrates, but carbohydrates only from mother's milk. So mothers have been using their milk to get this bacteria to babysit their kids. And we've been doing this for hundreds of thousands of years and even millions of years, right? And so we solved the problem that was 80 years old. And that is, what do human milk oligosaccharides do? And so, we made it in Nature, we published in PNAS and Cell, and we also put a nursing mother on the cover of Chemical and Engineering News, right? And it was great. The letters came in and said, you know, I've been trying to explain to my family what I do as a chemist, but when I showed them this, they finally understood. So it was a great thing for us. So anyway, and it even made it to the New York Times. It became the most emailed article in the New York Times. So if I don't win anything else, I think to me that's it. That's my Nobel Prize, right? All right. So that's great, right? The problem was this: that bacteria was disappearing. When we looked at the mothers in Davis, it was only found in 5% of the babies. And when we looked at different parts of the world, it was still abundant in West Africa, in Bangladesh, but in Europe and in the US, it had all but disappeared, and it was close to totally disappearing. We would have totally missed this, right? And so there was an opportunity there, and we thought, well, let's give it back, right? And so we started a company, and this was totally unexpected. Before this, we had never really started any companies before, and we didn't even know how to start a company. But what helped us was the beginning. So I like to say we trained the infrastructure in UC Davis, how to apply for patents, how to write patents, how to start up companies and so on. And so in a separate lecture, I could tell you how we did that. But in any case, you could buy this now, this product, you could buy it in Amazon. You could you could buy, I always gift it to friends of mine who are having babies. I give it to the grandkids in our family, so it's really been a useful product. So if you look at mothers, mothers come in two phenotypes. Some mothers make milk oligosaccharides on the left. They're called secretors. Other mothers make milk on the right. They're called non-secretors. So the way you fight diseases, the way your gut gets colonized differs depending on whether the mother is a non-secretor or whether the mother is a secretor, right? So there's a blood type, but there's also a milk type, right? And we can type a mother's milk by just looking at her oligosaccharides. Where they differ is that red triangle. You see that 2FL on the left? If you are a secretor, you have an enzyme that makes that triangle pointed down. That's 2-fucosyl compound. If you're a non-secretor, you don't have that as much, right? And so we got involved. So the Gates Foundation gave us money, NIH gave us money. All these different agencies were now really interested in this. So one of the things that we wanted to do with this was to automate the process. And I don't have access to it, but what this should be doing is, can someone put the cursor on the video so that the video turns on? Can someone do that? Oh, wait a minute. Okay, never mind. It's going. So this whole process, which took us a while to figure out, it's now automated. So we get better reproducibility. This is an OpenTron, and it's about a $10,000 automated sample handler, which is really cheap. Usually they're 100,000. But my students figured out how to program it and how to get it going. And so this is what we use now. And so the trick is we need to get that protein disk there to give us all, to go through that to give us all the oligosaccharides that we want. And so a lot of this process is now automated. Sorry, the response on this thing is very slow. Okay, this is not my slide anymore. What did I do? Okay. Oh, okay. And then the other thing that we did was we had to, so we had to create our own reservoir. So my students then did 3D printing. Again, lots of innovation here so that we can have all these different types of parts for this. And so this is how and this is what we do all the time, is that when we need something, we go ahead and just make it, or we figure out how to do it. Okay, all right. Oh, okay. So I apologize for this, but what's missing here is a map of the world. And what we have here, and I'm sorry, somehow the thing didn't get translated. But what we have here is that we took this blood type and we looked at it from different parts of the world. And we wanted to see what the distribution was of different people. And we found that in the US, about 20% of the people are non-secretors, and in the Philippines, about 28% are non-secretors. And if you go to Europe, it's about the same. But if you go like to West Africa, about the Gambia, about 36% of the people are non-secretors. And in India, it's about 35%. But if you go to tribes in Latin America, there are no non-secretors. All the non-secretors have somehow died away. And so we're able to look at mass migration in this way by looking at mother's milk. All right. So what's the benefit then of having human milk oligosaccharides in B. infantis? Well, it turns out that B. infantis is really sensitive to antibiotics. It's also in C-section, the mother doesn't pass it on to the infants. And so B. infantis, the bacteria, was disappearing because of modern medicine, essentially, right? And so, but when it's there, it can outcompete all the pathogens. If you give it mother's milk, then the bacteria itself allows it to kill salmonella. It allows it to kill cholera and all these other types of pathogens. It also trains the immune system by modulating the infant and so on. So this is a recent result by the company that sells this. And what they find was that when you give this to very low birth weight infants, you can rescue them and you can essentially end necrotizing enterocolitis, which is the second leading cause of death in preterm infants. So this bacteria is really, really powerful. And now the company itself is trying to get orphan drug designation for the bacteria because it seems to help with bloody stool, okay? And so sometime, hopefully this year, they'll get approval from the USDA so that it will then be, or the FDA, so that it will be then a drug. And so this research has actually started an industry. So everyone is now trying to put human milk oligosaccharide in infant formula. They're trying to put it in all these different products. And also, there was a company called Glycom, which figured out how to make some of these human milk oligosaccharides. And that company just got sold for $1 billion. So we picked the wrong thing. We should have figured out how to make human milk oligosaccharides and sell it. But nonetheless, the bacteria is still quite useful. All right, so now we see what happens with human milk oligosaccharide. I'm going to show you then, so what happens as we get older, right? So human milk oligosaccharides is for infants. What can we do for the adults, right? And so that's when we started looking at fiber for food. So human milk oligosaccharide is like fiber for infants. Can we make human milk oligosaccharide, or can we make a similar kind of product for adults? Well, it turns out nature does that already, and it's called food, right? But the problem is that the method for analyzing food is also very poor. Okay, so we think you could do a monosaccharide analysis and look at the linkage, but those methods go back to the 60s. And they're not very high throughput. So if you wanted to study food, it's actually very hard. And so we developed the methods to look at this very complicated structure so that we can look at what are the different polysaccharides in food, right? And so as we do that, one of the things that we first had to do was do a monosaccharide composition analysis, a linkage analysis, and finally a polysaccharide analysis. However, there's no sequencing method for polysaccharides. There's no general enzyme for converting polysaccharides to oligosaccharides. And there's no trypsin for polysaccharides like you have with proteins. And so what we did was we first figured out how to do monosaccharide in a rapid throughput manner. And so this is the method that we came up with. We do a 96, and this is doable on a 96-well plate. We take the polysaccharide, we release the monosaccharide, we derivatize it, and then what we do is we derivatize the monosaccharide, and then we do UHPLC in the chemistry that's shown there on the right. And so this solved a method for us that does monosaccharides of carbohydrates. And so this is the, for example, we use a targeted method, multiple reaction monitoring, to give you monosaccharides. And so that solved the monosaccharide issue. The next issue is the linkage. So this is just the mass spec that was involved. So what you do is you take your your sample, you inject it into the mass spectrometer. We have a triple quad where we do a precursor ion scan, we fragment, and then based on a fragment scan, we can identify the compounds. The whole analysis takes about 7 minutes, right? So it's really fast. Imagine today, the old method takes you 2 weeks to do monosaccharide analysis. Now we could do it in 7 minutes. So this is one of the advancements that we made. And so if you compare the method that we use, so for example, if we want to do 100 samples, we could do it in 3.5 hours versus the old method, which would take about 53 hours. And then we came up with another method for linkage analysis, because that's one thing we had to do. These are all the papers that were actually published just so that we can develop these methods. And so when you have something like this, then you can look at thousands and thousands of food, right? And so now we can map out food and we could figure out where the different fibers are. And so what this is that this is just mainly a monosaccharide map, which tells you low glucose foods. And then you can look for different arabinose, arabinan, and so on. You can look for different monosaccharides, right? And then you can also look for the different linkages. Because remember, what we learned from the human milk oligosaccharide is that a linkage is very specific to an enzyme. So if you have an enzyme on that bacteria, you have a certain linkage that that bacteria will eat. And so this is then the linkage map of about 1,500 foods. All right, so what do you do with this? Well, you start to study different types of food. And so we created what we call an encyclopedia of food. Our collaborators used it for looking at dietary fiber in the human gut and how it interacts with the microbiome. We also published with Jeff Gordon in Nature how we can then evaluate even snacks, right? So if you're eating a potato chip or a vegetable snack, which bacteria does it correspond to, right? And so we're getting that kind of specificity, right? So in the Philippines, you have a certain diet, right? Like eggplants, I like talong, for example. What bacteria does that enhances, right? If you're eating a celery, what bacteria does that enhance? So there's a bacteria there with an enzyme. And so our microbiome then is directed by the kinds of food that we eat, right? All right. And when the Rockefeller Foundation saw what we were doing, they came up with this $200 million global initiative called the Encyclopedia of Food. And you may have seen this. They had a big press conference last couple of months ago where they're going to try to figure out all the structures of food. But it came because we showed them that you can do different monosaccharides and different carbohydrates in food, right? And so here too then, we're starting another industry, and this time getting fiber in food. All right. So the last problem is how do you get an enzyme that breaks down polysaccharides? Because if you can break down polysaccharides, then you can start doing analytical methods, right? Just like you do in proteomics, you use trypsin to break down proteins into peptides. Can you do the same thing with oligosaccharides? So this is a method that we came up with. We called it Finton's initiation towards oligosaccharide dog or fit dog, right? And what it is just, it's Fenton chemistry using iron and hydrogen peroxide to break down the polysaccharide. Actually, we wanted to call this fat dog because my dog's name, his nickname, we have a fat dog, and we used to call him Fat Dog. Come here, Fat Dog, come on, come on. But the collaboration here was with Mars, and they said, well, we may want to make dog food with this product. Can you call it something else? And we said, okay, well, let's call it Fit Dog. That way your dog will be fit. So they were okay with that. And so that's why we named it Fit Dog. But if you go on several papers in high impact journals, you'll actually see my dog's name in the paper. So anyway, All right, but what this does is then it gives you oligosaccharide pool. And when you have the oligosaccharide pool, then you can start to do your LCMS. Boy, this thing is really, okay. So then you can, so when you have the world's first method to analyze polysaccharides, what do? Well, you try to figure out what's in an onion or what's in an apple, right? And so here you have the A there are apples, and it's hard to see, but those are arabinins, beta glucans, cellulose. And so now you could look at each individual apple and determine the polysaccharide constituent of that apple. You could do the same thing with onions or anything that you want. And the reason why that's really important is because if we want to enrich a certain bacteria in your gut, we want to be able to tell you what to eat, right? So you don't have enough of this bacteria, eat more apples. You don't have enough of this bacteria, eat some celery, right? So eventually we're heading towards personalized nutrition. This is what we really want to do. Can we personalize your nutrition? All right. And this, of course, also got, so we worked again with Jeff Gordon, and he was looking at this food that they created that actually was rescuing stunted infants in developing country. They don't know why it was working, but they had put in some tofu and I think peanuts and things like that, and it was working. And we figured out that it was working because the structure that they added was enriching P. copri, which is a bacteria, which was helping the kids grow faster, right? So already, this is already making changes in developing countries. All right, and so this is just in press. This is now our combined method where we could take any food, we could tell you all the simple sugars, we could tell you the polysaccharides, we could tell you the monosaccharides, the linkage composition. Again, these are all the different papers that were actually useful for that. And but if you want to see it, it should come out in press very soon. Okay. All right, and this is just what we call our Davis Glycopedia. We're about to publish the second version of this, much more extended. And again, the use is that we can help guide the USDA dietary guidelines for American and help figure out what we should all be eating. All right. Okay, so again, when you have a tool like this, what do? Well, you try to figure out the carbohydrate composition of a breakfast, right? And so now you can see the power of this. We can now start doing clinical trials where we actually know what we're doing. A lot of the clinical trials now is, let's give them corn, let's give them wheat, let's give them chickpeas and see what happens. That's not a way to run a clinical trial because you don't know what you're really feeding them. And with this, we can tell you precisely what they're eating. And then we could figure out then the outcome based on that. All right, so the other useful thing about this method is that you can actually make kilogram amounts of oligosaccharides, right? So now, if you take something like Metamucil or flax for your fiber, it's terrible, right? It scratches your throat. You have to drink it within a minute because then it forms a gel. Well, imagine being able to put Metamucil or a carrot in a highly soluble form. So then you could sort of sneak it into drinks. You could give your kids carrots and they wouldn't know, right? It's called stealth health. So that's the idea. And so here we started this company called, it was called initially BCD, Better Carbohydrate Design, but it was really Bruce, Carlito, and Dave. But the CEO didn't like that, so he changed it to One Bio. And so now you can actually create a drink. So imagine taking a broccoli and dissolving that in water, and you do with no taste, and you wouldn't, and you could put in like 10 grams. And so that's what the product that the company is making. All right, just one last thing. So we started looking at health and disease because one part of my lab does biomarkers for cancer, the other part does food. Let's bring in health and disease. And one of the things that we wanted to know was what happens when a cell becomes insulin resistant. And so what we did was we measured glycogen and we tried to figure out if there's a structural change in glycogen when the cell becomes insulin resistant. And in fact, we did. We found out that when a cell is insulin resistant, the glycogen becomes more linear. When it's not insulin resistant, then it's branched. So when it's branched, the enzymes can go in there more easily and cleave it. So you can regulate glucose based on the enzyme. But if it's all linear and branched, the enzyme can't go in there and your body can't regulate glucose anymore, right? And so in the last couple of years, we've been looking at how do we, instead of curing the sick, how do we keep people healthy, right? And the way we believe that you do that is through diet. And the way you do diet is with good analytics. All right, I'm gonna finish up. So these are the companies that we founded with this research. The ones that I talked about are Evolve Biosystems, which changed its name to Infinite Health. And the other one is BCD Bioscience, which is One Bio. And this is the amount of money we've raised through venture capital. But what you see is that we've actually raised about $500 million in all these different companies, right? And some of these VC companies are probably familiar to you, like SoftBank, Genoa Ventures, and so on. So this is sort of the lesson I learned as a scientific founder for starting companies. I learned a lot of lessons, but these are some of them. Starting companies is hard. You need a good infrastructure. Expanding companies is even harder, right? There's many ways to start a company, and there are many more ways for them to fail. The science has to be great, but the business strategy has to be even better. You start off with great science, right? You got to get the right leadership. Large investments does not mean success. You can get $200 million, but that doesn't mean the company is going to thrive. You can get $50 million, and that doesn't mean the company is going to thrive. So it's not just about money. So in my mind, starting companies, it's not just to make money. It's really to give society something. It's to give society the products of your research. It's to give the people who funded your research really the benefits of that, right? And so I don't care whether a company fails or not, succeeds or fails, but I mean, it'd be nice. But really, to get it out there and to start a whole industry, to get people thinking in that direction is, to me, really most of the rewards by itself. Okay, so we started from something that's very fundamental to something that's very that's very specialized. This is just sort of the impact so far of our research. So again, we've published about 500 publications. The H-index, for not just for me, but for my group, is about 100. And so I think we've done pretty well considering where we started out from, and considering we didn't really know what we were doing, right? But again, that's where innovation begins. You don't have to be there. And I just want to, this is the last thing, I just want to point this out. Innovation is everywhere, and it's certainly here in the Philippines. So I've been fortunate to be involved in this PICARI program with Gladys and a lot of these folks here. And that's been a wildly successful program. We've had really several papers that come out of that. And a lot of those could be, darn it, And a lot of those could really be sort of translated, right? So if I knew how slow this computer was, I wouldn't have done this. Sorry about that. But anyway, so these are, I mean, there's an incredible number of publication considering really the amount of money that was received from this. The grant itself was like 1 year of my NIH funding over 3 years, but yet we were really quite successful. And a lot of that, of course, is due to Gladys and Roel and the team here that really just sort of pushed this forward and really did some amazing thing. But what my group provided was just really instrumentation. And I think that's the lesson here is that I think that's what the Philippines needs is this kind of infrastructure support that can actually provide, because the intellectual power is already here. They just need something to carry it through. All right, and I think this is the end of that. So this is my group. This is my group pre-COVID. A lot of these people have graduated now. And I wanted to show you my group. So this is my group after COVID. Don't worry, they just graduated. They're not. They're still here. They're in good shape. And these are the funding agency, and I believe that's it. And I like to thank you all for your attention.
Hello, hello. Thank you. Thank you very much, Carlito. That's really very enlightening. Actually, it fits exactly to our recent events that I've been part of. There were two specific activities that I was part of recently. One is on life expectancy and how nutrition and lifestyle actually composed 40% on how long you're going to live. 30% is because of genomics. You still have to address your hypertension and diabetes lineage based on your genomes, and 20% is actually your environment and your stress. And healthcare, sorry, Dr. Herbosa, if he was here, doctors only matter 10%, 1/10 on how long I'm gonna live. Not to diminish doctors' importance, but definitely. So I think what you're done over your lifetime of research is actually gonna impact 40% on how long people will live moving forward. So thank you very much for a very enlightening part. And of course, we will now transition to the open forum and look at exactly how we can localize Carlita's experience in the US in terms of being able to have more impact on the use of such analytical capabilities and technology development that he went through. And definitely, I like that he ended with our PICARI project because I've been an advisor as well as a reviewer for CHED PICARI and actually just met them barely a month ago to look at the impact of the 4 billion pesos of research that PICARI has spent in the last 5 years. So I think this is one of my star technologies that I want them to actually put more money in moving forward. It's now actually called Lakas. The other technology, of course, is going to be discussed by Joey Ocon later this evening because he's also a PICARI on the EV technologies. But the other area that I want to stress is in NAST tomorrow, Menchit Padilla, national scientist, Menchit is part of our team in the National Academy of Science discussing the omics technology. And I did mention to Gladys that we've looked at the whole proteomics, genomics, transcriptomics, but we've not gotten to glycomics. We are still on the metabolomics aspect, affecting the microbiome, but we're starting probably more likely on the relevance of doing genomic diagnostic for cardiovascular disease to look at who's more susceptible to drug interventions for hypertension. That's one of the outcome of that initial meeting. That's again the localization of this big chunks of technology capabilities. So I think I would open the floor now to our audience, especially the students. Again, this forum is mainly, as Carlito mentioned, not only for us members because we see each other often enough and we actually do critique each other's technologies every so often, but it's more of the students in the audience tonight that we'd like you to participate in what it is that you've seen in Carlito's 30-minute presentation that resonated well for you. And I'm hoping that some of you will step up and ask that question. Again, there's no innocent or stupid question. Any question is relevant, especially if you ask it for yourself. So please come forward and ask that question. Thank you. Any takers? The younger, the better. But of course, I'll start with Giselle. Dr. Giselle Concepcion can't help herself, but please go ahead, Giselle. Or no, Leia Telosa is going to ask the first one.
Since nobody wants to come forward, I'll ask the question. So, one of the things that makes commercialization very is that there's this thing they call value of death. So you obviously have a secret for being able to bridge or traverse that. So I am a federal employee and we give help to small businesses. So we can only give funding up to the point where the value of debt is about to go all the way down, and that's where most companies die. What is your secret in traversing the value of debt?
So I think there's three parts to translating. The first part is the research, and that can only, I think we could succeed if there's enough support in research. So science has to be supported. So in the US, of course, there's NIH, NSF, and so that kind of funding has to be there. What's great about our programs, and I saw some of that in the Secretary's speech, is that we need what we call SBIR type of grants. And what these are is that they provide, phase one is maybe $700,000, but phase two could be a few million dollars. And so that helps you overcome the valley of death. That helps you to figure out, first, you can start to hire people, and then while you are trying to while you're trying to expand out the technology, you can also then try to get venture capital. But getting venture capital at this moment is actually very difficult. We're sort of in a depression when it comes to venture capital funding. But it'll go back up again. But what we would also need are people who can, who you can sort of explain the technology to, who can believe in the technology, but with a lot of money. And that is another type of thing that you have to sort of build up here. But you can also, things are so global now, you can market your ideas, not just here, but in financial centers like in Singapore or in Silicon Valley, for example. So, but that requires leadership. And so you need people who have experience in getting business started and getting funding. And so, again, we need to build up this infrastructure so that it makes it easier for the scientists to actually go out there and start forming companies. So there is no answer to the valley of death. So to those of you who may not know, the valley of death is the moment where grant funding ends and VC funding, that gap, VC funding or external funding begins. And if you can't bridge that, then that's where a lot of companies die because they can't get money to go forward. Does that answer your question, Leah?
Thank you, Carlito. Actually, Leia, we've implemented in the Philippines the I-Core program of NSF in the last 5 years. We've been able to expand the awareness of our scientists in terms of their ambitions and going commercial by conducting customer discovery interviews for potential clients, as well as partners and funders in the process. And I think that's one way to address your valley of death, by knowing who's interested in the technology through your customer discovery and what is the specific application that most of the customers are looking for. In the US, they require I-Core initiate teams to conduct at least 100 interviews. And if they get 27 requests on a particular application, maybe that ought to be the market that they need to focus on. And that has become, in the Philippines, it's more difficult because they can only do about 30, one-third of, because of the number of companies and customers. But nevertheless, I think it's very important for scientists and researchers, when their grant funding is about to end, to start looking at who the actual users or customers or adopters of such technologies. And that can be a target for either potential collaboration. Right now, we do have programs in the country for both startups, like an SBIR after 10 years on working on that. But we also have the Cradle Grants that actually is a collaboration between industry and academe, which we actually spearheaded when we had the USAID STRIDE project about 10 years ago. We had the STRIDE Aguila project that was rolled out with a semiconductor company and two LaSalle groups in 2015, if I recall. And in 2017, the Cradle Grants were adopted by the UST. So clearly, there are localized versions on how to address this valley of death or funding gap to bridge the research from the bench to its societal impact. And again, it's going to be take quite a while. So is there any other questions on the floor? Because we were then proceed with the awarding. Yes, there's somebody who raised his hand at the back. Please, first, Dr. Giselle Concepcion.
Thank you for remembering me, Al. Anyways, congratulations, Carlito. And good question from Leah regarding the value of death. And maybe we can talk about Interven later. And that's on the cancer diagnostics. What's the status of that as far as business is concerned? But it's nice to see One Bio. It's great work, Carlito, and glad that Picari with Gladys, produced a lot of papers. That was during our time. So thank you for that guidance to our UP researchers. So I'd like to clarify, Carlito, this is a very basic question. So you said that the HMOs provide fiber, okay, with the bacterium. And it was like a kind of a surprise to me. We know how important fiber is, but I also thought that the HMOs would be a source of energy. Okay? But then in milk, we also have lipids and other, macro constituents or macronutrients. And so I just wanted to clarify that. And then the role in developing, the immune system of the child or even the adult. So that's the first question. The second question is, well, it is triggered by your suggestion that perhaps a broccoli drink could make it, as a very rich source of macro and micronutrients, where the macronutrients anyway would have to be broken down to their constituent amino acids, fatty acids, and the sugars. Okay. But in the case of broccoli, or for that matter, moringa that Gladys and I are working on, and other valuable plants, the secondary metabolites are also valuable. And we know that your people are also studying, the secondary metabolism genes, which are quite more challenging, or more challenging, as glycomics. No? So, how would you now try to retain the important micronutrients and the secondary metabolites? In particular, you recall that in moringa, you said that there is a very important monosaccharide, and we know it because we've studied it and we have published on it, and this is rhamnose. Okay, not all monosaccharides are created equal. So thing is, the rhamnose together with the sulfur containing part of the molecule, which is also nitrogenous, imparts the bitterness on moringa. And that is why in our M&M plus nutrient bar that Gladys and the UPLB team has prototyped, okay, they're not able to increase the concentration of moringa because of the bitterness, even as we know that there is already a way to mask the bitterness of these compounds. So I just like to know how, well, first about the fiber, and second about transforming the vegetable into high value nutritive drinks that would retain both the macro and micronutrient constituents of the vegetable. Thank you.
I'll start with the second question first. I think you can get a lot of the small molecules by creating a juice. And people do that already. What's difficult to get is the fiber itself. And so the idea that the company is actually pursuing is to create a more functional juice. So if you take orange juice, for example, it really has a lot of simple sugars. However, if you could put the fiber back in, then you've essentially reconstituted the whole orange itself, or the juice that we have in our table. So being able to put in the fiber is really the last step of being able to reconstitute the fruit or the produce and create a product that you can drink, you can take shots, you can drink it with, instead of having, what do you do every morning? You have your oatmeal, right? Imagine drinking your oatmeal, right? You take a shot in the morning and and then you get your cappuccino or whatever, then you're good to go. But even imagine putting your oatmeal in your cappuccino. Then you'll have your breakfast drink with actually fiber in it. So I think there is that path there. With regard to HMO, we're just finding now what the metabolites are that are being produced when a bacteria interacts with HMO. And some of those is as simple as you get monosaccharides back, right? You get glucose back, you get galactose back. One of the really intriguing things is that you get fucose back. Fucose is a monosaccharide that doesn't get digested, and we don't break it down. But what we found is that when you feed fucose to rats, it goes to their brain, and brain is rich in fucose. So you can actually create a product rich in fucose that will then give you um, uh, something that activates your brain. So there's a lot of these things that we're just discovering now about the interaction of HMOs and the bacteria that is really quite beneficial. So I think there's a lot more research to do there. And I think, but I think in the future, we'll be able to harvest all these different things. But for the new people just starting out, there's real opportunities there because there's a lot of things that people still don't know. And, uh, and it's just being studied at the moment. So if you're interested in food and health, that would be an excellent place to
Yeah.
do research.
Thank you, Carlito. Actually, it relates to a recent publication in CNN saying that there's actually a bacteria in your microbiome that signals your brain to exercise. So if you can identify the actual sugar, that's the signaling, but how to increase that will allow a lot of people to be more active. So this link between the microbiome and your intake of whatever food is very much a open area for researchers and young researchers at that. Because imagine if you can have a pill that will signal you to exercise so you won't get fat and you won't suffer in diabetes. My gosh, you'll be making $1 million like Carlito over here. So of course I'm joking about that. But thank you very much for your interest and listening. I think I'm standing between you and lunch. So we will now have to proceed to the awarding of the certificate and definitely express our deep appreciation for all the speakers today. And of course, for sharing their expertise with us. And we'll be presenting the certificates to Dr. Carlito Librilla. I'm welcoming Dr. Gladys Complete on the stage. And of course, thank you very much for listening. And if you do have questions to Carlito, just approach him. We're running out of time and it's time for lunch for us as well. Thank you.
Moving forward to our program, we now have a special segment featuring a video presentation from the Department of Science and Technology.
Barely 2 decades past the second millennium, we are faced with more challenges today than ever. We are now confronted with various societal threats brought about by severe weather phenomena, food insecurity, pandemic, ignorance, and widening economic disparity. But the silver lining is closely within our reach. Science, technology, and innovation are the keys to unlocking a better tomorrow for all of us. At the forefront of this battle, to preserve the quality of life we all aspire, is the Department of Science and Technology. In the area of wealth creation, initiatives have been put in place early on with programs that ensure opportunities for our people the economic power in their hands. With our gains, the department allocated substantial resources for wealth protection. DOST Pagasa and DOST FIVOX are trailblazing and developing technologies that will provide us with early warning systems to mitigate the negative effects of natural hazards. To further improve the lives of Filipinos, the DOST remains firm in finding solutions to problems in health and nutrition, education, and community empowerment that every Filipino is confronted with. providing financial resources for R&D programs in drug discovery, malnutrition, vaccine development, and diagnostic testing, enhancing its human capital through various technical and leadership trainings that enhance the delivery of services with the highest standard of excellence, strengthening scholarship programs to create a critical mass of science and technology experts in various fields composed of scientists, researchers, engineers, and innovators. As the global environment changes, the DOST focuses on sustainability, embracing the development of emerging technologies to harness the potentials of alternative sources of energy, mass transport mobility, artificial intelligence and robotics, 3D printing, satellite development, mobile applications, and a lot more. As we ride the wave of technological advancement to better improve our lives, the DOST remains to be a catalyst of positive change, an enabler of inclusive growth, and the champion of the people. Science, technology, and innovation are paramount to making our country great again. And as every Filipino dreams of a bright tomorrow where we can all live in peace, prosperity, and harmony, confident that the generation today and the next will have a secured and comfortable future. The DOST is committed to work together to bring science for the people to every Filipino, one in mind and in spirit, as we embrace a progressive future with one DOST for you.
Okay. Thank you to the Department of Science and Technology, also one of our partners for today's event for APAMS. APAMS. Okay. So for the next part of our program, before we proceed to our lunch break, we invite you to explore the exhibits and posters on display here at Baker Hall. Our exhibits is located on the first floor. So dito po, andyan po sa paligid po natin. While there are other posters also on the second floor. So you may access our poster presentations using the stairs on the left side of the hall. So sa left side po ng hall, nandun po yung stairs. If you want to view the other posters po sa second floor. So this exhibits highlights innovative research and projects from our esteemed participants.
And please enjoy your break and take this time to relax and recharge. For our general attendees, you may pick up your food at the buffet here on the left side of the hall. And for our VIPs, you may just remain seated. Your food will be served or is currently being served to you. And so we will resume our next scientific session at 1 p.m. sharp. Okay, 1 p.m. sharp. So please be back in your seats by 12:45 p.m. Okay, thank you and we'll see you in a bit.
Enjoy your lunch.
Our systems
The 44th Annual PAASE Meeting and Symposium.
Warmest and patriotic greetings to the Philippine American Academy of Science and Engineering, or PAASE for short, on your 44th Annual Meeting and Symposium. It is with great honor that I extend felicitations to Secretary of Health Dr. Teodoro Javier Herbosa, Secretary of Science and Technology Dr. Renato F. Solidum, and most importantly to the best of our country's scientists and engineers here and abroad who have come together to further the advance of science and technology for the betterment of our society and our planet. I am Congresswoman Ruth Mariano Hernandez of the 2nd District of Laguna. As a Congresswoman and a proud alumna of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, I am deeply honored to be part of this gathering of brilliant minds under the theme Filipino Scientists Across Borders Towards Developing Regional Science and Technology Innovation Ecosystems. I am informed that the PAASE has continued to work closely with our government through the Department of Science and Technology to tackle the pressing needs of the country and to continually surmount the challenges of our scientists and engineers in various fields of endeavor. We are encouraged by the efforts of PAASE to train various students in the Philippines and across the globe with the objective of furthering science and technology for the benefit of our people and the rest of humankind. We all face the rigors of addressing the economic woes and the huge odds of climate change that bring about never-ending challenges to our country and the rest of the developing world. It is my belief that all this and other challenges can be addressed in the long term by utilizing the vast potential of our human resources to look into and harness the finite resources our country has in our lands and our seas with the guideposts of science and technology for the benefit of our nation and our people. It is in this regard that we look forward to PAASE in collaboration with our government to push forward in making science and technology attractive to our youth, increase its impact on Filipino society toward a better future. Congratulations and all the best for many years to come.
What could be more satisfying than learning in a leisurely way? Studies confirm that leisure activities are intrinsically compelling and make learning more effective. We understand more, remember more, and develop more competencies when we enjoy learning. At UPLB, we integrate learning and leisure activities through PASEO, or promoting agroforest stewardship and ecological observations through edutourism. Paseo refers to taking a leisurely walk for rest and recreation. The word was adopted from Spanish into paseo or pasillo by Filipinos in the southern part of Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Being a globally recognized science and technology center in agriculture, forestry, and allied fields, and set against the backdrop of the well-preserved Mount Makiling Forest Reserve, which hosts a rich biodiversity of flora and fauna, UPLB is a favorite paseo destination for people from all walks of life, students, local government executives, environment and natural resources conservation advocates, scientists, and professionals. Beyond these, UPLB is an emerging global center for educational tourism for a host of other possibilities, making it the country's veritable premier center for experiential learning and teaching on agriculture, forestry, entrepreneurship, environmental studies, natural resources conservation, culture and the arts, history, and technological development and commercialization. With this, UPLB is developing paseos to enhance visitors' experience, promote competitiveness of the region's tourism-related products, and channel the direct benefits of tourism to stakeholders and communities around the campus. The Biodiversity and Forestry Paseo covers organized experiential tours and nature-based experiences aimed at exploring biodiversity at the Mount Makiling Forest Reserve, or the MMFR. The MMFR was declared a 33rd ASEAN Heritage Park for its outstanding wilderness and for being an important conservation area. Mount Makiling houses about 940 genera, 2,038 species, 19 subspecies, 167 varieties, and several forms and cultivars of 225 families of flowering plants and ferns. A paseo at the mud springs and flat rocks at the MMFR and a canopy walk would enhance appreciation for biodiversity and natural resources conservation. The Agriculture and Science Paseo. The study of scientific agriculture in the Philippines began and developed in UPLB. From this rose institutions and technological innovations that have contributed in great measure to agriculture and food production in the country. The Technopreneurship Paseo is a walk through UPLB facilities that promote technology and entrepreneurship. It showcases technologies and products generated through research by UPLB that are in various stages of technology transfer and commercialization. This paseo also walks one through UPLB's Agro-Industrial and Information Technology Parks, a facility that will contribute significantly to industry-academe linkage and help produce industry-ready graduates from the region. The Culture and Arts Paseo familiarizes one with the rich historical legacy of the then UP College of Agriculture, which served as an internment camp for Allied prisoners that was liberated in a daring raid during World War II. Its storied past as an academic institution is evident in the historical and cultural landmarks such as arches, portals, and icons. With some of its buildings designed by national artists, it's a marvel to see how modernity coexists with the past. Paseo will develop and showcase UPLB as the country's premier center for edutourism and experiential learning and a wellspring of sustainable practices for the community now and in the future. As has been said, you can only protect and sustain what you love, and you can only love that which you understand, and you can only understand that which you know and appreciate. Learning in leisure while exploring the different paseos is the beginning of a lifelong journey to protect and sustain UPLB. Amid the disruption and uncertainty of recent years, UPLB worked assiduously on the urgent task of future-proofing its systems and processes to accomplish its mandates in instruction, research, and public service. It took an unrelenting focus on attaining agility in coping with future disruptions. Aided by technology but propelled in large measure by a workforce imbued by the values of compassion, cooperation, and collaboration, the university navigated through the challenges that greatly affected higher education. Today, UPLB reports its accomplishments in flagship and in other areas of its work to future-proof the university. Future-proofing learning and instruction. In instruction, UPLB provided resources and trained faculty members on using learning management systems and educational and research applications and related topics that enabled them to adjust to change and disruption. It continued to modernize its learning technology infrastructure to strengthen home-based internationalization and networking with other state universities and colleges. UPLB acquired digital resources and trained librarians in various skills that help promote student agility in the use of both physical and digital resources. Its 180-strong general education faculty reflected on the teaching of general education, the relevance of the GE philosophy, and how to reinvigorate GE teaching and learning at the 2021 UP System GE Conference. UPLB has instituted new degree programs relevant to the needs of the country and in areas where it has built expertise. This will also increase the access of students to a quality UP education. UPLB is now opening an international mobility track for its undergraduate and graduate degree programs to facilitate student mobility. The first in the UP system to implement this, UPLB will be able to encourage students to enroll in universities abroad to gain more exposure to different cultures and worldviews and broaden their perspectives in doing so. The International Mobility Track promotes curricular dynamism and flexibility essential to incorporating an international, intercultural, and global dimension to student learning in higher education. Consistent with its mandate to build knowledge capacity among professionals in underserved areas, UPLB increased its course offerings at the UP Professional School for Agriculture and the Environment in Panabo City in Davao del Norte, Mindanao. UP Pisae's home in Mindanao broke ground in April 2023 at the Agria Township in Panabo City. Meanwhile, UPLB continues to offer postgraduate degree programs externally in other parts of the country. Still on increasing access to a UP education, 5 of UPLB's colleges and very soon more are now offering micro-credential courses. Micro-credentials are adaptable educational modules that grant learners specialized skills needed to adapt to changes and fast-paced development amid the Fourth Industrial Revolution. The university has engaged foreign universities and state and local universities and colleges for collaborative undertakings that mutually benefit them. To date, UPLB has 76 partner universities in 22 countries in the world with whom it collaborates in instruction and research and human resource training and exchange. During the period, UPLB had 136 outbound exchange students sent to various universities abroad and hosted 39 inbound students by virtue of these partnerships. It is also with some of these partner universities that UPLB also offers a dual PhD by research program, being one of the first in the Philippines to offer the program with reputable universities abroad. UPLB also hosts Nagoya University's transnational PhD program for leading professionals in Asian countries, beginning with a focus on bioagricultural sciences and international development, and recent addition of engineering and environmental science. A number of students have already graduated from NU's programs. With partner institutions and in collaboration with 2 other UP campuses, UPLB continues to offer the Professional Masters in Tropical Marine and Environmental Management. It is an accelerated degree uniquely designed for professionals engaged in the management and governance of tropical marine ecosystems. We have never been more in touch with fellow state universities and local colleges as their partner in capacity building. To date, we have already signed partnership agreements with 68 of them. UPLB entered into agreements with these state universities and colleges and local universities and colleges in the areas of research, projects, innovations, training, curriculum development, faculty and staff scholarship, and student internship. Ultimately, these local and international partnerships will ramp up knowledge capital building and collaboration in instruction and research in the country. On June 30, 2023, UPLB led 130 advocates from 51 public and private higher education institutions or HEIs to address the challenges of delivering efficient and effective higher education at the International Conference on Academic Practice in Higher Education. The conference was held under the Transformative Academic Practice for Higher Education in the Philippines or TAPHEP project. TAPHEP is funded by the Commission on Higher Education and implemented in collaboration with the University of Liverpool and 19 other private and public higher education institutions in the country. As part of UPLB's internationalization initiatives, the university has continued to seek accreditation for various degree programs with ASEAN University Network Quality Assurance or AUNQA. Recently, it secured the AUNQA certification for BS Food Science and Technology, BS Agricultural Biotechnology, and BS Economics. This brings to 10 the UPLB degree programs that have been certified by AUNQA. In addition, 3 engineering programs are being prepared for the Accreditation Board for Engineering and Technology for 2024 to 2025, namely the BS Agricultural and Biosystems Engineering, BS Chemical Engineering, and BS Civil Engineering. Part of future-proofing the university is proactive student recruitment. Thus, UPLB resumed the implementation of the recruitment program for the best and the brightest to present UPLB to underserved senior high school students as a possible university to enroll in. Future-proofing student services. The Office of the Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs strengthened the delivery of services to the student sector. To facilitate the adjustment of students studying in UPLB, special bridge programs continued to be held for students who needed remedial classes in high mortality subjects. At the peak of restrictions to movement caused by the pandemic, UPLB carried out special bridge program online. So too, with tutorials, learning, personality development, and mental health activities that were held for the students. The university has been conducting tutorials and bridge programs on mathematics, physics, chemistry, and English, with peer tutors leading the tutorial sessions. Online discussions and workshops have also been held tackling topics on personality development, mental health, and other topics. While UPLB facilitated the integration of foreign students into the university through organizational and cultural activities, it prepared exchange students from UPLB for their studies in universities abroad. Returning exchange students also shared their experiences with those who are about to undertake the student exchange to help prepare the latter for the experience. The university also expanded opportunities to provide financial support for more of its students by campaigning for additional scholarships. During the period, UPLB increased its scholarships by 20.7%. UPLB nurtured student organizations and student leaders through activities such as recognition of excellence and training. Automation of student services in UPLB began as early as 2012 with the Office of Student Affairs Management or AWESM system, an advanced software suite with web, desktop, and mobile components. In recent years, this has been expanded to include more features to provide more efficient services to students. With the university providing support for constituents to thrive and excel in what they do, many of its constituents received commendations for their accomplishments. Hallmarks of Excellence. Awards and recognitions. licensure examination results. Ten outstanding young scientists. Civil Service Commission Awards. Fourth Gawad Pangulo Award for Excellence in Public Service for UPLB OVCSA COVID-19 initiatives. The birth of OVCSA will always be associated in conjunction with COVID-19 pandemic and more so with the terms compassion, volunteerism, and genuine service for the students. Future-proofing research and public service. Central to an effective R&E and innovation ecosystem are monitoring and feedback mechanisms that enable UPLB to immediately see progress and implement adjustments where necessary. The university put this in place through the digital transformation of its systems and the use of analytics dashboards. As a major step toward refining its research and innovation systems, UPLB began working on creating the country's agora, or marketplace for pioneering innovations through systems thinking, solutions making, and future-proof paradigms. It rebranded its R&E agenda into Agora, or Accelerating Growth Through One Research and Extension in Action, under which R&E efforts were strategized to make them more responsive toward addressing the most pressing issues in food security, health, natural disaster, and governance. In line with Agora, UPLB awarded 4 student researchers with research grant of 75,000 each for being the best research proposals. UPLB also began to develop its R&E quality management system and worked on compliance requirements for its research activities. The university made accountability to funding agencies of utmost concern as it oversaw the liquidation of accounts that had been left hanging over the years. Accountability to the environment is a centerpiece initiative of UPLB as it builds a roadmap toward being a low-carbon university, practice circularity toward sustainability, and nurture community forestry and entrepreneurship. The university is intensifying its extension and public service activities by promoting knowledge products and technologies through exhibits, increased online presence, and publications. Collaborations with higher education institutions, foreign and local, is beneficial in advancing knowledge and promoting collective growth. In this world of complex challenges, it is important for higher education institutions to work together as a global community of practice to achieve breakthrough solutions beneficial to all parties involved. UPLB has partnered with quite a number of these SUCs and local colleges, with local government units, international agencies, and higher education institutions to jointly conduct instruction and research initiatives. A symbol of one such partnership is the establishment of the Agricultural Genomics Research Center in UPLB through a partnership with the Korea International Cooperation Agency, being the first one that it has with an academic institution. The South Korean government pledged a grant aid totaling $14,950,000 for this project. Aside from constructing a research building, the COICA-UPLB partnership is expected to help in curricular development, building, short-term training in genomics. UPLB's application to establish the Agro-Industrial Park Information Technology Park, AIP-ITP, has moved forward and it should soon be operational. It will not only benefit the university in terms of academe-industry linkages, but also foster a vibrant economic diversity in the area. Through collaboration and partnerships that will emanate from this, UPLB and other universities will be able to produce industry-ready professionals, while locators will be able to get access to UPLB's talent pool and facilities. UPLB is also pushing for technology commercialization, ensuring that the knowledge it has generated reaches and benefits the communities. Through our partnerships, UPLB has begun the commercialization of several UPLB technologies. UPLB has been at the forefront of efforts to provide cheaper and safer fertilizer alternatives amid the global supply chain disruption. It entered into an agreement with a private company to produce, promote, and sell one of its fertilizers at prices that are competitive with imported products that have begun to flood the country. Central to future-proofing UPLB is the modernization of its information technology infrastructure. UPLB needed to have a responsive, impactful, people-centric, and future-proof enterprise architecture that supports the university's core mandate and future endeavors. The UPLB Digital Transformation Team has, at this point, completed and deployed some systems and is in various stages of development on others. Public service is at the core of UPLB's initiatives, and it is implementing a volunteer service program through volunteerism in the university and its partner communities. UPLB pursued more infrastructure projects that would further improve the campus. It improved its comfort rooms, repaired classrooms and laboratories, faculty rooms and offices, conference rooms, swimming pool, Baker Hall, and the Copeland Gym. Repair, retiling, and repainting works were also carried out in many buildings and various facilities across the campus. The Comprehensive Land Use Development and Infrastructure Plan of UPLB was approved by the BOR and CHED. LUDIP provides guardrails for developing the campus efficiently with the prime consideration of its land and water resources. The Laguna Quezon Land Grant, or LQLG, is on the road to becoming a nature and ecotourism destination and events place, aside from housing a nursery and gene bank for endemic plants. LQLG development is now progressing with a number of current projects. Among these is the establishment of a micro-hydro power plant which will provide indigenous generation without need of any major capital expenditures. There is already an industrial tree plantation, resource assessment for setting up of a wind energy as a source of power. Other developments are taking place to provide and improve amenities on campus and consolidate the university's real property. Meanwhile, UPLB continues to implement major infrastructure projects. This progresses as work is done to complete projects that already have approved plans, budget, and funding. These include UP system-funded projects, GAA-funded projects, externally funded projects, and a couple of projects in the pipeline. In 2021, UPLB assembled a team to craft UPLB's Enterprise Architecture Plan, or EAP, a strategic and comprehensive framework to guide the university toward digital transformation, the application of information technology to improve the processes and efficiency of services. UPLB DX has co-created systems with various university units. Some of these systems have been incorporated into systems that have already been in place. Future-proofing constituent welfare and community partnerships. UPLB implemented initiatives and projects that take care of the constituents' well-being and nurture their relationship with communities around the campus. These include a holistic public health program to prevent and mitigate the impacts of the pandemic and transition into the new normal. Under this program, UPLB conducted COVID-19 vaccination drives, care programs and facilities, and put in place a COVID-19 monitoring system. For its COVID-19 mitigation program, UPLB was awarded by CHED as an outstanding HAI in the country and received a recognition from DOH Region 4A. In 2021, UP awarded 2 UPLB projects at the 4th Gawad Pangulo Award for Excellence in Public Service 2021. This is on top of the Newborn Screening Exemplary Award for its outstanding newborn screening program. UPLB recently launched UPLB Ready, or UPLB Risk, Emergency, and Disaster Ready program. It is also implementing an environmental program to support the university's vision to serve as a force for environmental sustainability in the region. The activities and initiatives under this program guarantee that UPLB walks the talk in environmental protection. Another program that UPLB is implementing is the UPLB For Rents and Per Rents program, which it believes that to maintain a safe and healthy academic community, the university must recognize the peaceful coexistence it must have with animals or pets. The UPLB Transportation and Traffic Management Program streamlines and harnesses the efficiency and safety of the transport and traffic systems on campus. Safe Space UPLB, on the other hand, increases the gender responsiveness of the university and protects the gender-related human rights of the community. A highlight of taking care of the welfare of UPLB constituents is providing housing opportunities for university stakeholders and employees through the University Housing Office. In this regard, UPLB has been renovating and improving housing facilities for students, staff, and guests. Meanwhile, UPLB nurtures a good relationship between the university and the communities where it is located. UPLB straddles several barangays of Los Baños and parts of Bay and thus maintains a cooperative relationship with the residents of these local government units. It is also implementing the UPLB Promoting Agroforest Stewardship and Ecological Observations or PASEO through edutourism to improve the university's capacity to become a destination and premier center for experiential learning and teaching. Future-proofing administrative and operational procedures. UPLB ensured the timely submission of annual financial statements and reports required by the government. This allowed a clear understanding of the university's financial status and the making of strategic decisions aligned with the goal of a future-proof UPLB. For calendar year 2022, UPLB exceeded its target income by 182 million pesos, giving the university a good foundation for growth and smooth future operations. To increase operational efficiency and adaptability, the university pursued the digitalization of financial reports and records. The university partnered with 8 private hospitals in Laguna and Batangas to effectively carry out the No Cash Out program under UP's upgraded eHope, where constituents can avail themselves of 100,000 pesos annual hospitalization expenses. This will be expanded to more hospitals, including one that provides cancer care. UPLB used its facilities and resources to support the development of entrepreneurship by holding trade fairs, bazaars, farmers markets, and for income-generating units, workshops, and trainings on entrepreneurship. The university generated income from the use of its facilities that are used for instruction, research, extension, and other academic purposes. In the pursuit of its mandate, UPLB found an able and crucial partner in its alumni. It embarked on collaborative projects with them and the activities of the UPLB Alumni Association. These activities help achieve the vision and mission to future-proof UPLB. A future-proof university is a forward-looking and dynamic university that is able to anticipate changes and adjust to disruptions with agility. This is the university that UPLB continuously aspires to be.
Okay. Kumusta po? Good afternoon, everyone. So welcome back. I hope you had a very refreshing and restful break. Kahit po ay ito'y 1 hour lang. So once again, I would like to remind everyone, if you haven't been to the other side of the hall where all the posters are exhibited, so kindly, try looking at the posters here at the ground floor as well as those upstairs po sa second floor. So once again, I'm Elaine Liarena from the College of Development Communication and the UPLB Zoonosis Center. And I will be again your master of ceremonies for this half of the afternoon session. So I hope you have rested and ready to listen to our next plenary session C. And we are now ready to resume our program with plenary lecture C. So may I call on our moderator for this session, Dr. Christina Binag. Dr. Christina Binag is a distinguished member of the Board of Directors of the Philippine American Academy of Science and Engineering, PAASE. So let's give Dr. Binag a round of applause.
Thank you, Elaine. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. So our next lecture is titled Development and Dissemination of Policy Recommendations on Food and Nutrition as Strategies Towards Better Nutrition. And it will be delivered by a distinguished expert in this field. We are honored to have with us Dr. Mildred Girindola. Dr. Girindola is the supervising research specialist at the Food and Nutrition Research Institute of the Department of Science and Technology. She is a registered nutritionist and dietitian, serving as a section chief of the institute. She is specializing in maternal and child health, infant feeding, and food security, with leadership roles in the National Nutrition Surveys on maternal health and nutrition and infant, as well as young child feeding, and a background in environmental science and food and nutrition planning from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. She contributes significantly to nutrition intervention policies and research. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Mildred O. Girindola to the stage. Dr. Girindola.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope still okay. After Asamtus Lands, you have still the energy to hear us for this session. So my topic is on the development and dissemination of policy recommendations and tools on food and nutrition. So before I start, I would like to thank PAASE for this opportunity to tell you something about what we do at FNRI DOST to solve food and nutrition security and malnutrition. Next slide, please. So this will be the outline of my presentation. Okay, sorry. Yeah. So the Food and Nutrition Research Institute is the research arm of the government in food and nutrition. So it's one of the research and development institutes of DOST. Actually, we are not a policy-making body in nutrition, but we do provide results to policy-making bodies such as the National Nutrition Council in the formulation of the PPAN, Medium-Term Philippine Plan of Action for Nutrition, as well as the TUNEDA in the development of their Philippine Development Plan, as well as to other sectors like the Department of Health, DA, DSW, and DepEd. Next slide. So the DOSC PNRI has these 3 legal mandates. So first is to undertake research that will define the citizenry's nutritional status. So whether we like it or not, we do have to conduct this survey to determine what is the nutritional status of the Filipinos and the nutrition condition of the country. Second is to develop and recommend policy options, strategies, programs, and projects for implementation by the different implementing agencies. And third is to diffuse knowledge and technologies in food and nutrition. So with these 3 programs, with these 3 mandates are the 3 major programs of the Institute. So the Nutritional Assessment and Monitoring Program, the Food and Nutrition R&D, and the Food and Nutrition Technology and Knowledge Diffusion Services of the Institute. So next. So the first program is the so-called Nutritional Assessment and Monitoring Program. So in here, we do conduct regular National Nutrition Survey. I hope you are familiar with the NNS. This we do every 5 years. And in between this, we have this called updating survey every 2 to 3 years. So in the next few slides, I would like to take this opportunity to share with you some of the results, latest results of the National Nutrition Survey. Next slide, please. So this shows the food security situation of our Filipino households. So using the food insecurity experience scale, this is an 8-item questionnaire that does the households of their experience. And we can see here that about 1/3 of the Filipino population is experiencing moderate or severe food insecurity. So 1 out of 3 households. Next slide, please. And based on the nutritional status of our under 5 children, shows here that 3 out of 10 under 5 children are suffering from chronic undernutrition or stunting. So according to the World Bank and UNICEF, the Philippines ranks 5th among the countries in the East Asia and the Pacific region with the highest stunting prevalence, and 1 of 10 in the world. So very sad and unfortunate. So stunting is more than just being short. So it impacts children's future because we know that stunting causes irreversible damage to height. The lost height cannot be back. The lost IQ and cognitive development cannot be back. And we really need innovation, no, to curb, if not totally eliminate stunting. So aside from stunting, our children are also suffering from undernutrition and wasting. So let's go to our school children. So underweight or stunted school children, 0 to 5, will go on to become stunted school children. So still about 20% of our school children are suffering from stunting, in addition to equally high underweight, wasting, and the increasing overweight and obesity. So napaka-multi-prones, no, nung problema natin. May undernutrition and overnutrition. And to our teenagers, to our adolescents, we can see na nagpe-persist talaga. So irreversible ang damage ng stunting. So about 22% of our teenagers, our future, are stunted, 10% are wasted, and about 13% are overweight and obese. Next slide. So the problem with our children are basically undernutrition. But if we look at our adults, no, 20 to 59, napakataas ng overweight and obesity. So if we add overweight and obesity, we have about 40%. So ibig sabihin nun, kung ang table natin ay 10, so 4 dyan ay overweight, no, and obese. So So maybe tingnan natin yung ating mga katabi, left and right, kung totoo ba ito, ano? So napakataas ng problema natin sa overweight and obesity among other adults. Next slide. Next slide. Ayan. So, yun po yung sa nutrition assessment program. So, ito naman yung sa food and nutrition R&D. So, based on the, ano ba yung assessment, ang nutritional status. So, dito po kami gumagawa ng mga R&D through, to contribute to the reduction of malnutrition prevalence. So, dyan umiikot from assessment to food R&D. Next slide po. So first, yung food science and technology. So ito yung mga local innovations na meron kami sa institute on how we will improve food products through fortification, improve ng shelf life, packaging, and so on. Next slide po. So far, maraming mga products na available sa DOST FNRI. So hindi po, ito yung mga technologies na ni-develop ng institute. So we don't commercialize itong mga technologies na to, but they are open for everyone sa ating mga adapters, para po, particularly sa mga SMEs, para i-adapt as technology. So meron po kaming specific na unit sa aming institute who takes care of our adapters ng mga technologies. So meron tayong fortified foods, so yung mga complementary foods for our babies under 2 years old. Next slide. So we also have these vegetable supplemented products. So yung mga familiar tayo sa mga Nutribans. So we made it enhanced. So meron tayong enhanced Nutriban squash, variant, carrots, sweet potato, bakery products na may mga squash and malunggay and everything na mga nutritious food products. We also have ready-to-eat foods and ready-to-drink juices and all other technologies. So itong mga technologies na to talagang nakakatulong, no? Hindi lang sa DOST FNRI, pati sa ating mga local farmers, as sila kasi yung source ng ating mga local ingredients, no? Sa ating mga bakeries, and also yung pong mga Nutribans na yan, ginagamit po siya ng DepEd for their supplementary feeding program. So open po yan para sa kanila. So ongoing po na ito yung mga products, ilan sa mga products na ginagamit sa ating supplementary feeding program. Next slide. So, yung foods hindi lang dapat nutritious, no? So, dapat din siya ay safe. Kaya meron din kaming mga tools on food safety guidelines na mga ginawa. So, ito, we just launched this tool last July 4 during our anniversary. So, ito yung tool for our startup food businesses para dun sa food safety guidelines. Next slide. So meron din kaming food safety grading system tools. I understand, in-adapt ito ng UPLB. So this can be used para ma-assess ano ba yung food safety ng mga establishments na meron dito sa ating UPLB in terms of rating. So yan po yan. So pwede siyang i-rate kung 5-star, 1-star, and so on. So makakatulong po yan sa ating community para make sure na talagang safe at nutritious yung ating mga establishments. So yung mga karinderya, turo-turo, and restaurants. Next slide. Ayan, so ito naman po yung nutrition science and technology. So bukod sa foods, meron din kaming nutrition science. So more on mga nutrition standards, no, and tools. So nakikita nyo po dito yung, I hope familiar po kayo sa pinggang Pinoy. I hope hindi lang familiar, ginagamit. At narinig na. As well as the food exchange list. So yung pinggang Pinoy po, so yan yung an easy to understand food guide that uses familiar food plate. So yung food plate, dapat pala may 4 na food groups na present. So may protein, may fruits, may vegetable, at saka yung carbohydrates. So 33% is for rice and vegetables and 17% for meat and fruits, plus yung liquid natin or your water. So another tool is the food exchange list. So ginagamit ito sa pagpaplano ng pagkain. Next slide. So I hope familiar tayong lahat sa Philippine Food Composition Table. So dito nakikita yung ano ba yung energy and nutrient requirement ng mga pagkain per 100 gram edible portion. No po? So ito yung listahan natin. Though not very complete, so at least we're trying na mas maging comprehensive po yung ating FCT. So we also have these nutritional guidelines for Filipinos and the Philippine Dietary Reference Intake. So ito yung basihan ng ating mga food labelings, no? So kung ilang energy and nutrient requirements yung makukuha doon sa product na yon. Next slide. And also a lot of other tools. So recently we have these nutrition IEC materials for our adolescents based on just a finished project with the local government of Marikina. So that's a GIFT program. Next. And also a guide to workplace wellness promotion program na pwede rin i-adapt no, ng UPLB. So nakalagay dito, paano ba magiging healthy pa rin yung ating mga workforce. Nakita natin talaga yung tumataas na problem ng overweight and obesity and non-communicable diseases. So hindi ko na pinakita pero tumataas yung hypertension and fasting blood glucose sa mga Pilipino. Next slide, please. And also this just recently launched the trans fatty acid content handbook. No? So nakalagay dyan yung mga commonly processed foods and their trans fatty acid content. Ayan. Next slide. So also this medical nutrition therapy for kidney disease. So at saka yung mga iba pa pong diseases na meron po kami sa DOST FNRI. So ito lang po yung mga bago naming nilabas. So we also have this laboratory and other facilities. Next slide. We also have this nutrigenomics laboratory. So we also want to investigate the link between diet and genes. So ito na yung mga bago na dapat nating inaaral. Ano po? Bakit ba ang taas na ng microdeficiencies at saka non-communicable diseases and its association with our diet? Next slide, please. We also have this nutrition physiology laboratory. So mga students na gustong mag-collaborate, gumamit ng ating mga laboratories, we are open for collaboration. So meron po tayong nutrition physiology laboratory to research and develop the metabolism, helps to measure resting metabolic rates, energy expenditure, and other parameters needed in physiology, clinical, or sports nutrition research. Next slide. And also our sensory evaluation laboratory. So we use this for development of our products for shelf life. Pero open din po ito sa mga entrepreneurs na walang ganitong laboratory na makipag-collaborate po sa DOST FNRI. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Ayan. So I also would like to share with you some of our initiatives to translate yung research results to policy. So useless yung mga results kung hindi ito nakakarating sa ating mga stakeholders, particularly sa ating mga policy stakeholders. So it aims an open opportunity for us that our completed researches will reach our policy stakeholders at the national and local level. So we have this so-called policy statement. So in every completed studies na pwedeng gawan ng mga policy briefs, so we have the so-called policy statements. So pero also known as yung policy briefs. So we do have these policy briefs in most of our researches. Next slide. Yan, so yung ano ba yung mga policy, yung mga results ng findings na kailangan gawa no ng policies, yung based on the issue or the problem, the statistics, the findings that we have, and so on. So kanino namin kailangang iparating itong policy na to? Sinong stakeholders? Ano yung nire-recommend namin? Next slide, please. So these are just some of our policy briefs. Particularly, we focus on our under 5 children, on stunting. Next slide. Yan, on ensuring nutritious complementary foods for our babies. Kasi nga, nakita natin na pagkapanganak pa lang, faulty na yung mga feeding practices. Hindi lahat ng nanay nagbe-breastfeed o kaya napaka-sandali lang. Imbis na 6 months, so mabilis lang silang tumitigil and short lang din yung duration ng breastfeeding na supposedly 2 years and beyond. Pero yung mga nanay natin, less than a year yung kanilang breastfeeding. Next slide. Yan, so curbing diabetes. So nakita, hindi ko lang napakita pero pataas ng pataas yung mga Pilipino na merong diabetes. Next slide. Hypertension. Next slide. Ayan. So yung meron kaming policy brief on brown rice. Why brown rice is a wise choice for better health than the white rice. Next slide. Ayan. So meron din kaming promotion on pinggang Pinoy, no? Dapat tayong mga Pilipino maging conscious, no, na may pinggang Pinoy na visually dapat ito pala yung laman ng pinggan in every meal, every meal. So meron kami niyan for all population groups, children, adolescents, pregnant mothers, and until older people. Next slide. Yan. And alarming, the increased plate waste and food waste. So ang taas ng food insecurity, pero pag nakita mo yung kung paano mag-waste ng pagkain, so talagang multi-pronged yung problem ng food insecurity and malnutrition dito sa ating bansa. Next slide, please. Ayan. So just to show you na pre-pandemic, napaka-active po namin sa mga policy forum. So we do engage with our policies sa Senate. Next slide. Sa Congress. So nag-revert kami sa Zoom nung nag-pandemic. Next slide. So meron din po kaming mga probinsya. So pumupunta talaga kami sa mga probinsya para ipaalam to relay the message of food and nutrition. Next slide. Yeah. Next slide. Yan. So this is the most recent one we did in Aurora Province just last April. So dahil sa communication via Zoom, naging mas accessible na makipag-engage sa ating mga policy makers through online technologies. Next slide po. So that's all for FNRI. So my key takeaways lang po ako. So nakita natin, no, food insecurity and malnutrition in all its forms continue to affect the different population groups of Filipinos. So we need evidence-based food and nutrition programs na talagang mai-implement. So marami tayong mga programs pero nai-implement ba? So and also there's a need to create an environment for research findings to reach our national and political stakeholders para mas wider yung reach, mas wide yung impact, no po. Next slide, last slide. So we all know that we need to inform our community sa ating mga science-based food, health, and nutrition information towards a healthy, well-nourished, and productive workforce. So alam natin, pag healthy and productive yung workforce, mas less yung out-of-the-pocket expenses sa household, sa family, at sa government in general. So yun lang po. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Mildred Girondola. I think everyone has got the tips on food safety grading tool and nutrition standards and tools of the Department of Science and Technology Food and Nutrition Research Institute. Okay, please hold on to your questions. We'll have all the open forum right after all speakers of this plenary lecture is done. We will now continue with plenary lecture D, entitled Exploring Contemporary Innovations and Challenges in Technological Advances for Food Safety. So before we call on our next esteemed speaker, we'd like to remind our participants that if you haven't yet gone and signed with your secretariat, sign the attendance, I think this is the attendance, please go and check with the secretariat near the entrance to make sure that you have signed for your CPD points. No? Continuing professional development or education points that will be credited. Also, please accomplish both our day 1 and day 2 evaluation forms for your e-certificates. The e-certificates will be sent to you after 2 weeks. Okay, so now let's continue with our plenary lecture. And we have Dr. Glenn B. Gregorio. He is currently the Center Director and Chief Executive Officer of Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture. Dr. Gregorio was also conferred the rank of academician by the National Academy of Science and Technology, NAST, Philippines. He was awarded as 2022 University of the Philippines Most Distinguished Alumnus, recognized as world's top 2% researchers across all disciplines in 2023, based on a paper published. Just last week, the Philippine Professional Regulation Commission has chosen Dr. Glenn Gregorio as the 2024 Outstanding Professional of the Year in the field of agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed guest speaker, Dr. Glenn Gregorio.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think this time we have to make it more lighter so that you will be more engaged. And thank you for that kind introduction that especially just last week, sabi nga ni Candito na as an agriculturist, I was chosen to be an agriculturist of the year because I have as an agriculturist, we have the culture to agree. So we are a very good husband because agriculturists have the culture to agree. Agriculturists, okay? Okay, can I have my slides now? Now we are talking on agriculture. We have finished health, we have finished the nutrition. Agriculture is the vehicle for food, for nutrition, and health in the future. Okay, so I'll be talking more now on the innovations and challenges in technological advances for food and nutrition security. I changed a little bit the title to fit well, to be more near to my heart. Next slide. Dapat nakikita kong slide ko doon, ano? Okay, just to mention, I'm with the Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture. That's why our advocacy here is innovation in agriculture and education. These two works together well. That's why we are already more than 50 years old, or actually the same age as me, the circa. The mandate is still very relevant. We are talking about education and agriculture. Without education, agriculture will have a different path. If without education, without agriculture, also a different way. So we are an intergovernment treaty organization, and our mandate is in Southeast Asia. All ASEAN countries, including Timor-Leste. So 11 countries. So our main purpose is to elevate the quality of life of our farmers and farming families by connecting them to modern networks and innovative markets. So this is still very relevant up to now. Next slide, please. I have to go back and see my slides. So that's why in the 5-year plan of CIRCA, we have to review, we have to rethink how we view food, how we view production, how we view agriculture. That's why we go to this theme, accelerating transformation through agricultural innovation. So this is our theme right now, to accelerate, we call it attain. We have to attain accelerating transformation through agricultural innovation. Next slide. Okay, so that's the vision, to be a leading enabler and champion of excellence in agriculture and rural development in Southeast Asia. Next slide. I'm very conscious of my time. So this is how we reinforce. If you want to read, just go to our websites. What is important here is we have to change the mindset to the farmers from a production per se, romanticizing production, into making farming as a sustainable agribusiness. Unless you have that kind of thinking, farmers are designed to be poor. We have to redesign the farmer by to make them a businessman, as we are advocating right now. And we are talking about circular economy, Agri 4.0, 5.0, and all those low carbon footprints as we are going forward. Next slide. Okay, I just want to, I hope you have read this important document. This is the 100 essential questions for future agriculture. I will not tell you the story of that, but go there and check what are the 100 questions in agriculture. And these are categorized into 10 topics. Questions about transformation, agri-food system, there are 2 questions there. And exploring resources and technologies for breeding, 24 questions. This just means that this is a very important, which is near my heart. The breeding, exploring resources and technology for breeding, enabling smart and controlled environment, 7 questions, enhancing resilience for agriculture and climate change, there's 6 questions, advancing cultivation methods, 11, promoting health and nutrition-driven agriculture, 4, integrating One Health and modern agriculture, 5, mitigating climate change and agriculture, 9, sustaining healthy agroecosystem, 15, which is also important, very important, exploring economic opportunities and addressing social challenges, 17. So based on the question, you can see there's a lot of scientific question, especially on my, I'm not biased here, especially in my field of breeding, because maybe we have not done too much. That's why they have a lot of questions, or we have not explained it. Just like what happened with the GMO in the Philippines, the information was 30 years ago. That was the judges or the Court of Appeals got it 30 years ago information. So we have to be very active in giving those information right now. Next slide. Okay, so as a UN Food System champion, I hope you also visit our website of the 2021 UN Food System System. We have action tracks, which are very essential. These are the 5 action tracks that we are positioning. One is ensure access to safe and nutrition food for all. There's a lot of 20 ideas of all these 5 tracks. You should look at that. Action track number 2, shift to sustainable consumption pattern, which is very important. Change of our food, how intake and change of our food pattern. Boost nature positive production. Very difficult. There's no such thing as nature positive. Anything you touch the nature, it's negative. So maybe less negative production. Advanced equitable livelihood. Everything is there. We have to make farmers happy. That's why I always say the heartbeat, the food security of the country, or the heartbeat of the food security of the country could be seen in the face of the farmer. A happy farmer, a food secure country. A sad farmer, a food insecure country. So it's a very good indicator. See the face of the farmer. Okay? And building resilience to vulnerable shocks and stresses. I'll not go to the details of this, but there are 2,000 ideas we generated to address this question. Next slide. Okay, these are the innovation that we want to advocate at CIRCA, Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture. These are the information information for transformational change. So it's not only technology. We have to start from conceptual innovation, creation of new ways of working, thinking, deciding, institutional innovation, more participatory governance, academic, industry, government partnership. We have to go to social innovation, public and private sector player adopting new ideas, strategies, and practices. So these are very important innovations. Technical innovations, I don't want to explain it anymore. That's what we have. SNT and social innovation, scaling up wider at policy innovation, which is inclusive social services and protection scheme to all sectors, including the women, the children, and I have to add, including the seniors, which I'll be going in the next 2 years. Next slide. Okay, these are the technical innovation and these are the challenges. So we know that it has a crucial role in related to health, food, and nutrition security, but the latest trends includes precision agriculture, vertical farming, and all those things. I don't want to emphasize this one. Next slide. Despite this technical advancement, several challenges persist, including access to technology of small farmers, holders, regulatory issues, cyber security risks, ethical concerns surrounding the use of these certain technologies. Even in the Philippines, you have these ethical concerns that have been questioned by the the Court of Appeal. Next slide. Okay, I'll rest for a while. I'll just show you the innovations that we are doing at Circa. Can you play this 2-minute slide? Back again. Pindutin mo. Just click it. Ayaw? Baka naka-PDF na siya, no? Okay, skip that one. Next slide. This is where I'm showing what are the innovations that we are doing right now. So we have additional one. We are doing agri-innovation learning centers because we have a digital museum at Circa Agri Museum, which is, we call it sharing, hindi charing. Sharing means Circa Hub for agricultural innovation for the next generation. Okay, that's why it's sharing. So we have is to optimize providing an immense learning experience for visitors, particularly the youth. And we have the sharing cafe where we have the robotics there. The Lego and other robotics that we are doing, so that that's why I call it it's a Lego or sharing cafe. The kids and the professionals could do it. If we are old enough, magkakape na lang tayo doon. Kaya sharing cafe yon. Next slide, please. So this is how it looks like. We have this will inspire the youth that agriculture is really innovation. Mga high-tech nandyan lahat, and we put arts and science there together. Next slide. So this is how it looked like. I hope you could visit Circa and see the digital museum. We don't want the live, because the live museum, or we could just go around UPLB, Erie, you could see the real plants and the real animals there. That's why this is a digital museum. Next slide. So this is how we have the digital agriculture. We have maker space. You could play around. Even old people like me could enjoy this innovation here to inspire you to make agriculture sexy. Okay, para agriculture. Agri is a cool culture. Next slide. So we have, this is the agro robotics. I told you, so that they will be doing about smart agriculture. Next slide. And we are also have the digital agriculture platform. So we organize the farmers near the Mount Banahaw area from Lilio, Chaong, Nagkarlan area, and organize these vegetable farmers to engage with us on the modern traditional farming, to modernize traditional farming and improve the livelihood with small farmers through digital agriculture. Next slide, please. You can see here we have two things here. We are using the iCloud post to get their information of the farmers, and we have the digital consumer agri. We market their products. So by barcoding, you know which kind of food that you are eating from Farmer Glenn. This is the cultural management, harvested, cultural management, everything is there. So there's a story of what you're eating. Next slide. So this is the digital agriculture platform. I'll not go to the details on that. Next slide. And this is how we package the food and give it to the people using digital payment and online engagement. So we are selling the goods to the farmers in the right place. Next slide. Okay, so we have innovative technologies. We have a Food for Life exemplified promoting planetary health diet competition. We have Innovation Olympics on smart agriculture. We have grants for research towards agricultural innovative solutions. So we have grants for innovation, for commercialization, startups. Next slide. So just example of the Flex PhD, Food is Life Exemplified. This is an app application, and there's a contest, and we're giving $500,000 ata ang first prize. Next slide. So these are the winners. First, second, third. One professors, one from high school, and high school were able to compete with them. Next slide. And this you have the Innovation Olympics. This is a develop innovation solution to help transform food systems. Next slide. And these are our winners. We have the Team Irene automated irrigation and nutrient management system. And we have the Project Angat. This is a hydroponics using local materials. Next slide. So we have these grants for research towards agricultural innovation solutions. By the way, CIRCA is not a funding institution. Many are looking. We are also looking for funds to fund this project. So we are also getting grants to make research and innovations. So this provides a starter funds not only for researchers but scientists, but to innovators and entrepreneurs who aims to scale up their technologies or innovation models. Or kaya yung mga nasa Valley of Death na rin, pwede na yung matulungan dito. Next slide. So we have those kind of examples. And we have also the agriculture mechanization through tractor development. This is an open source tractor from Kansas State University. And they are now developing the 4-wheel tractors in the Philippines using this technology that we have in partnership with UPLB, CIRCA in partnership. We bought this tractor. We have the engineer, an open source tractor, and now already in the field. Next slide. In Bacolod. So this is an open system manufacturing in the future. Next slide. So engagement, also we have the community engagement. We have also project directly to the farmers. CIRCA is a lead organization because we want to touch the policymakers, the educators, develop the PhD, MS, institutional development at the top. At the same time, we go a little bit on the farmers. So that's why we have this pilot project on calamansi project in Mindoro. We have rice straw biogas hub project and the WISE carbon farming initiative. This is to have a low carbon footprint for production or carbon neutrality in agriculture and rural development. Next slide. So this is the calamansi project in Mindoro, upgrading calamansi value chain towards improving calamansi industry in Mindoro Oriental 2018-2021. So we have all these projects from production up to branding, up to making concentrate. Next slide. So this is just an example of their testimony. So the Victoria Calamansi Farmers was formed in 2016 and the project initiated by CIRCA local government units, Mindoro State University. CIRCA helped promote Calamansi Victoria Oriental Mindoro. Back then, 1 kilo was sold to 5 to 10 pesos and the minimum farm gate price. And now the minimum farm gate is 25. So this is the improvement from 5 pesos to 25. Now calamansi farmers no longer operates in financial loss. So they have the calamansi concentrates already with them. Now we are dealing with their waste of this calamansi. So, and now we are turning it over to Mindoro State University, and that's part of the exit plan of CIRCA. They are already winning. Next slide. So we have the rice straw biogas project. It's a Innovate UK funded project which demonstrates the efficient removal of waste rice straw from farmers' field and conversion to eco-friendly, commercially viable products. Next slide. So we have this initiative on accelerating sustainable communities through carbon neutrality in agriculture and rural development. We call it WISE Carbon Farming. It's a web-based integrated a spatial engine and smart ecosystem carbon farming. So we are initiating this in collaboration with our European partners and in the Philippines. Next slide. So this is how this overarching goal. First goal is to mitigate climate change. Second goal is increase farmers' income. Third goal is to reduce carbon footprint in Southeast Asian farms. Next slide. I hope this will be my last few slides. So we are going to have a consortium with this carbon neutrality in agriculture and rural development, starting with rice in the whole Southeast Asia partners, mechanism for incentivizing carbon farmers, the ultimate goal. Next slide. So we have policy brief also from agricultural clustering, impact of COVID-19, policy imperatives to promote urban. So we are touching the policymakers down. Next slide. Dumadami pa rin. Meron pa. I hope this is my last slide. We have initiated this one through a commission project by Asian Development Bank to its National Agriculture Fisheries Modernization and Industrialization Plan. CIRCA made it with our consultant, transforming the Philippine food system together. So these are the interventions you could see there: consolidated production and post-harvest facility, modern food terminals, smart irrigation, and other things. The bottom line here is we are offering this one. The bottom line here is we need 5 trillion pesos in the next 10 years just to make us competitive with our Asian countries. 50%, which is 2.5 trillion from the government investment, 2.5 trillion from the private company investment to make this happen, just to make Philippines competitive with our Southeast Asian region. So we have a 400 pages book. If you want, I could give you a copy, but make sure you read everything. I hope this is my last slide. Thank you. Next slide. Yeah, okay, this is my last slide. I hope you recognize this guy. He's Gates when I'm about to leave Erie, and he visited us. I'm showing him one of our project, a $30 million project on stress-tolerant rice for Asia and Africa. So I'm explaining to him confidently what we have done, because I'm talking about genetics here and asking for money. But you can see he's a little bit doubtful because his hand is in his chest. He is doubtful. But the good thing is his other hand is in his pocket. So maybe he's showing some money there. So the thing here, innovation happens in the universities and research institutions. Partnering with industry is when innovation will happen. If you have not partnered with industry or you're not commercializing your thing, you're not doing innovations, because innovation is the act of turning research results into revenues, into economic and social gains. And at the end, what matters is building partnership. That's why they call it impact. Impact means I starts with I, it begins with I, or it begins with I'm, and ends with act, which is action. But the middle, there's a P, means partnership. To make a good impact, you have to start with you partner, and make it into action. Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Glenn Gregorio. Your insights and expertise made a significant impact. I'm acting with partners, and we are grateful for your valuable contribution, not only for the farmers, but for the whole Philippines. And I hope we could see happier farmers, because then we'll be more confident that we have a food secure Philippines. We now move to the final plenary lecture of Scientific Session 2, entitled Profiling and Visualizing Cholesterol Glucoside Derivatives to demonstrate how Helicobacter pylori develops virulence by controlling the host membranes. We are honored to have Dr. Chun Hong Lin, and he received his PhD in Scripps Research Institute under the supervision of Chi Wei Wong, followed by postdoctoral training in Christopher Walsh Lab at Harvard Medical School. He then started independent career in Academia Sinica. Dr. Lin's research involves several disciplines, including synthetic chemistry, enzymology, structural biology, and glycobiology. He received a number of awards and prizes, including Young Investigator Award of Academia Sinica and Outstanding Research Award of Ministry of Science and Technology, Taiwan. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our distinguished guest speaker, Dr. Chun Hung Lin.
Thank you very much. At first, I have to thank Professor Completo for giving me the wonderful opportunity to come in here. I have to say, in Taiwan, we have a high-speed train rail to connecting south and north. So normally, it takes only 90 minutes of connecting north and south. Within the same time, we can fly from Taipei to Manila. So this means it's very convenient for researchers at both sides to work together, to collaborate. So today, I'm going to talk about our recent work on the bacteria pathogen called Helicobacter pylori. So this pathogen, this bacteria, has been shown as a main cause of all kinds of gastric diseases, including chronic gastritis, gastric ulcer, duodenal ulcer, gastric carcinoma. So this is the reason WHO, they classify H. pylori as a class 1, a carcinogen in 1994. So several bacteria, because they rely on, they stay with their host for more than many years. So this is the reason, like some pathogen like H. pylori, Mycobacterium tuberculosis, they cannot produce the cholesterol. But however, cholesterol is very important for all kinds of organisms. So this is the reason the H. pylori, they have to steal cholesterol from the host, and then they have other purposes. So in H. pylori, of course, they steal cholesterol, as I mentioned previously. So once they take the cholesterol, they have the biosynthetic pathway to convert cholesterol to attach glucose to the 3 position of the cholesterol to give a cholesterol glucoside. And then they also have the enzymes to attach either fatty acyl chain or phosphatidyl chain to the 6th position of the glucose to give a cholesterol acyl glucoside as a CAG or cholesterol phosphatidyl glucoside as a CPG. So although those metabolites were isolated and identified about 2 decades ago, however, there are a lot of challenges in this field. For example, there's the purification method is very awkward. And then there's also not the sensitive way to determine and also characterize these metabolites. So several years ago, my lab, we developed the so-called metabolite tagging method. Basically, we just synthesize the analog of cholesterol. We just put the azi in the terminus of the molecule. And then we just simply put the analog into the bacterial cell culture. And once they are incorporated into biosynthetic pathway, and then after the harvest, we got simply just use the organic solvent for the extraction. And then the resulting mixture were subjected to click chemistry. This means that we can attach with fluorophore by using 1,3 dipolar cycle addition. And then the resulting mixture are ready for LC or LC mass analysis. And then the nice things of our work is the incorporate the fluorophore is naphthalene derived the fluorophore. It's highly ionized, so it's give another advantage to enhance the sensitivities. So actually, just give you this slide to understand how we determine the compound by using tandem mass spectrometry. So as you can see here, the total molecular weight is around 1,500. So we not only rely on the molecular weight of this molecule, we also use tandem mass spectrometry, and we can, as long as we can determine the molecular weight of the fragment, so we have the competence to determine the structure of the metabolites. And then, as I mentioned to you, because the incorporate the fluorophore is easily ionized in mass spectrometry. So this is the reason, so the resulting detection of those metabolites, including CG, CAG, and CPG, we can have 100 or even 10,000-fold enhancement in the detection. And so this slide actually tell you, as long as we only have 10,000 bacterial cells, we are able to perform quantitations. As you can see here, there are lots of compounds, and then you may wondering why there are numbers like 18.0, 18.1. Actually, they represent the identity of the axial chain. All right, so I will give you one example to explain. By using our analysis, we have a very interesting discovery. So the ST means a standard type H. pylori. And then we also collect the clinical strain from patients of the gastric cancer patients. As you can see here, this plot tells you the percentage of the different CAG, and because they have a different axial chain. So the H. pylori only have two different axial chain. One is 14 carbon, the other is 19 carbon. But however, once H. pylori infect the gastric epithelial cell, and then the resulting mixture start to have like a longer and unsaturated fatty acid. But those fatty acids, they are not found in bacteria. So indicating those like 18.1, 18.2, they must come from the human host. And then especially, I would like to draw your attention is the percentage of those so-called human lipid incorporated CAG. I mean, if you look at those isolated strain and the level of those lipids, they have a higher percentage. And because of time limit, so I just summarize here because I want to mention bacteria, originally they only produce, mostly it's a 14 carbon. Once they infect the host, so they start incorporating longer and unsaturated fatty acid. And then we also perform the following study indicating those lipids, they are able to enhance the lipid rafts clustering and to enhance the bacterial adhesion. Once bacteria can adhere to the host cell, and they are able to inject the virulence factor, including COG-A here, because the COG-A is well known can induce the immunomodulation. And then, the reason why so the bacteria want to incorporate the longer and the unsaturated fatty acid because they would like to manipulate the whole cell membrane. And this slide, the later on, Tony Mong, he is my collaborator in National Jiao Tong University. And at that time, he approached to me. He said he would like to perform total synthesis of the cholesterol phosphatidylglucoside. As you can see here, this CPG, they containing the 19 carbon, they have a very unique cyclopropane in the position of the 10, 11, and the 12 position of the ACO chain. Because those, the cyclopropane has 2 chiral center. And then in the literature, there is no discussion about the stereochemical configuration. So this is the reason we work with Professor Meng and figure out a way to determine the stereochemical configuration. So basically, we just using previous mentioned metabolite tagging method. So we are able to have a CG, CAG, and the CPG. So once we can specifically enrich CPG, and then we can use enzyme called phospholipase A2. So they are able to remove, hydrolyze the 19, the cyclopropane containing ACO chain to give the native lactobacillic acid. At the same time, we also follow the known procedure. We can synthesize a pair of the optically pure isomer from 1 octane. And as you can see here, we cannot use optical rotation to determine the stereochemical configurations because as you can see here, the optical rotation has a very low intensity. So this is the reason we have to develop the other method to determine the stereochemistry. And so I think the one direct way is to, because our acid, the bacillic acid can conjugate with the chiral fluorophore. So as you can see here, you can just forming the amide bond formation and to get the compound 10A. And then we, as I mentioned to you, we also synthesize an authentic sample. As shown here is a 10B and 10C. We can also do the same reaction. And then we use HPLC to resolve, and then apparently the 10A at the right, as you can see the button, the 10A at the right, the conjugate chiral fluorophore coming, resulting from the native acetic acid, they have same retention time with the 10B, all right? And then the other experiment, we have a co-injection experiment in HPLC, and then that's also confirmed the isolated bacillic acid isolated from H. pylori actually has chemical configuration of the 11R and 12As. And the result was published 2 years ago in Organic Letters as a cover story. And the next few minutes, I would like to focus on cholesterol acylated glucoside, CAG. I think we identified a gene, which is HP0499. It's a phospholipase as well as an ACO transferase, and then catalyze the formation of the CAG. And then we also perform mechanistic study to indicate how bacteria can control the host membranes. And in the beginning, we perform the activity assay and to determine the location of the enzyme activity in the bacteria. As you can see here in the left-hand side figure, and the enzyme activity, the activity of the so-called CGAT, ACO transferase, is located in the outer membrane only. And then the right figure indicate the enzyme activity located in either lysate or so-called outer membrane vesicle. This means the enzyme, the ACO transfer is located in the outer membrane, and then they can keep budding and then can be packed into outer membrane vesicle. And then we also have the evidence from atomic force microscopy and showing that because we also have the antibody to label the presence, to label the ACO transfer, as you can see here. So we by using these two evidence, we have confidence and the enzyme activity is located in the outer membrane vesicle. And then the same result was also confirmed by using the activity assays. And then we also apply a flow cytometry to indicate the CAG, and then corresponding to the biosynthetic enzyme. The first enzyme is the glucose transferase to form the CG, and then the second enzyme is the ACO transferase to form the CAG. Both enzymes are required to forming the CAG, and then the resulting product are able to promote lipid rafts clustering, and then to enhance the bacterial adhesion. As you can see here, the top panel representing the usage of the one enzyme or two enzymes, and then the bottom panel representing the similar study by using the outer membrane vesicle. And at the same time, we also using the Western blotting to indicate the translocation of the virulence CAG-A and also the CAG-A phosphorylation, because the CAG-A translocation is the index of the degree of bacteria adhesion. So as you can see here, so the most intensive band of the CAG-A is when you infect the cell with H. pylori in presence of the outer membrane vesicle from the bacteria. And the most negative result is from the knockout strain. And then I just used this slide to summarize the previous study. It's H. pylori, they keep releasing outer membrane vesicle without adherence. So bacteria, actually, they can pack their biosynthetic machinery, their enzyme, into the outer membrane vesicle. And then those outer membrane vesicle, they can fuse with the whole cell membrane. And those biosynthetic enzymes, they can directly access the substrate in the host. So they can get the cholesterol, they can get the phospholipid, and for the ACO transfer. And then the resulting product are able to promote lipid rafts clustering. And those cluster rafts, they can further enhance the bacterial adhesion. And then the result was published 3 years ago. And then later on, my collaborator, their group, they synthesized a number of the CAG. And by using we are using the study of the lipid raft clustering indicate, I'm sorry. The ACO chain of the CAG is able to determine to either enhance or promote, inhibit or promote bacterial adhesion. As you can see here, we're using the single toxin to label, to indicate the degree of the lipid raft clustering. As you can see here, the CAG with the 18 carbon is the best. And then especially between 10 carbon to 18 carbon, when you have a longer ACO chain, and then you have a better, higher degree of lipid raft clustering, all right? And at the same time, we also study their effect on the bacterial adhesion. But however, at that time, a very important feature draw our attention. We found out that some of the unique CAG, they have very short ACO chain, or they have a very long or unsaturated fatty chain. They are able to inhibit bacterial adhesion. They have the negative effect. So this is the reason we are wondering, is that possible we can either use those CAG to inhibit the bacterial adhesion, or we can rely on the biosynthetic precursor, or we can just use those phospholipids, which is a phosphatidylethylamine. The answer is yes, because we based on the cellular study, we just using the imaging or flow cytometry. We just incubate H. pylori with different lengths of the phosphatidylethylamine, including the carbon 10.0, 18.3, or 22.6. And then those the treatments of those unusual PE, they are able to abolish the bacterial adhesion. And then the result was confirmed by using the flow cytometry. And then we would like to know if they are also a good substrate for the ACO transfer. The answer is yes or no. The bottom right is a negative control. As you can see here, the CAG mainly contain 14 carbon, all right? But once you treat the bacteria with those unique phosphatidylethylamine, and then result appear to be very different. The bottom left, you can see here, when we treat the bacteria with PE10, and then we see the, a high level of the CAG10, all right? It means the PE10 is a very good substrate. But this is not case for the PE 18.3 or 20.6. So it means that they are not a good substrate for the ACO transferase. So this is the reason we would like to perform the apply the idea in the animal study. Let me explain the study. All right, so we feed the bacteria with the unique phosphatidylethylamine. At the same time, challenge with the bacterial adhesion for the 2 rounds. And then after about 6 weeks, and then we sacrifice the mice and then look at the stomach and see the degree of the bacterial adhesion. So as you can see here, the green fluorescence representing the presence of the bacteria. And then the top panel representing is a negative control. There's no infection. And the middle panel representing we apply the bacterial infection. And then the bottom panel representing the result of the, we treat the mice with unique PE and then the bacteria. As you can see here, the treatment of this unique PE almost completely abolish the bacterial adhesion. So it means as long as you feed the animal with unusual PE, you are able to significantly reduce the bacterial adhesion. And then I think at that time, we would like to know what happened to the changes of the membrane compositions. So we perform the mass spectrometry for the purpose of the lipidomics. And this is an analysis called a principal component analysis. It means we would like to compare the result of the different sets of the experiments. As you can see here, the plot indicate there are 2 major clusters of the studies. One is a bacterial culture with PE. The other one is a bacteria they have to infect the co-culture with the human gastric epithelial cell. So there are 2 major clusters. But surprisingly, we found out the bacteria treated with PE10 I think the result is very different from the two clusters. And then also did data mining, and then we found out the treatment of the phosphatidylethanolamine actually trigger global change in membrane composition. And also the changes is quite dynamic. In the initial stage, because the phospholipid, the metabolism is coupled with a sphingolipid. So this is the reason, like within 1 hour, we found out the changes mainly occur in phospholipid and the sphingolipid. But after the 16 hours in the long run, and then we found out gradually the changes again spread to other type of lipids. So this is the reason we found there are a lot of changes in different lipids. For example, triacylglyceride, and then sphingolipids, and LPS, and also the different various phospholipids. And then finally, I have 2 slides to indicate how we use those tagging metabolite for the visualization. As you can see here, I already mentioned to you, we are able to label those metabolites with fluorophore. So this imaging tell you the CAG and the CPG, they are able to be internalized into the bacteria. And then those metabolites can go to either early endosome or eventually to the lysosome. And then we have the study to indicate the CAG is able to promote the internalization of the H. pylori. As you can see here, the y-axis representing the degree of the bacterial internalization. So we compare the standard type H. pylori, which is 26695, and then the knockout strain, the delta CGG representing the bacteria didn't produce any cholesterol glucoside. So as you can see here, the CAG, obviously they can promote bacterial internalization. So again, I don't have the time to go to detail, but I just give you the summary here. So the CAG can help a bacteria to internalize. However, the CAG can impede it, can prevent, and then effectively reduce lysosome biogenesis. So this is the reason the bacteria, once they are internalized, they can safely stay in the either autophagosome or autolysosome. And they stay there as a shelter, so they are able to stay there without any harm. So finally, I have to thank my lab member. They are talented, they are working hard, especially the first one, Dr. Zhang Haoming, and also 2 of my PhD students, Sasi and also Lily Ong. And then I also have to thank my collaborator, which Tony Mong, and he is in the National Yangming Jiao Tong University. And finally, I have to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chun Hung Lin, or Dr. Hans. At this point, we'd like to request our speakers for this session, Dr. Mildred Grindola, please come up the stage, Dr. Glenn Gregorio, and of course we have Dr. Hans here. So for those who would want to ask questions, please come to the microphone and please state your name and affiliation, and please make sure that you make your questions brief and to the point to give everyone a chance to participate. So anyone who would want to ask the first question? So the floor is now open for your questions, clarifications. Yes, go ahead, Dr. Raymond Tan.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Raymond Tan from De La Salle University. I have a question for Dr. Gregorio. You mentioned that one of your projects involves trying to generate extra revenues from carbon credits. My question is, have you encountered any policy or regulatory barriers to doing this?
Okay, thank you for that question. That's why we call it a mega project because may gagawin pa. May gagawin pa ang mega project na yan. So we are still on the monitoring system. We are looking at what's happening now in Vietnam. What's happening in Thailand is a little bit, they're a little bit advanced. So we are benchmarking with them and collaborating with them on that aspect. So that's the ultimate goal on this carbon credit thing. But still a lot of policy, a lot of hindrances, including the Philippines. Even the Philippines is not part or member of this green something fund, which other countries are already there. In the Philippines, we are still finding what department will hold that kind of, it will be finance or it will be agriculture, environment. So we are still in that stage. So there's a lot of problem there, but there's some solution somewhere. We have just a meeting with, I forgot them, in carbon something on in Thailand. In Thailand, and they have a very concrete way of doing it. So we are starting, and
thank you very much.
And I have to work with you also based on your presentation last week.
Okay na yata yung nasa kabila. Thank you, Dr. Glenn. Thank you very much for that, Dr. Glenn, Dr. Tan. Any more questions from the floor? Yes, go ahead, Dr. Al.
Yeah, this is a question for Mildred. Mildred, I've been asked several times by your secretary how to look and help some of the innovations when Dr. Agpepa was still your director. What I asked from FNRI at that point is a cost-benefit analysis, if it's possible, in terms of the ongoing products that you wanted private sector to adopt. And of course, I mean, coming from a medical device background, I always look for clinical proof. And I've been looking for models actually for either feeding programs that demonstrated the endpoint of, say, weight gain. I've seen one for Moringa Mongo. It was done by a foundation. I think it's Angat Buhay. But I've been wanting to also get a little bit of a feel what FNRI can do in terms of creating the proof set so that my duty as selling your technology to private institutions and adopters and foundations will be a little easier. Thank you.
Thank you po for that question. Actually, your questions are some of the gaps at the OST-FNRI that we need to really focus on. That's this and that.
Mike. Okay.
Yeah, I believe that there are so many gaps, no? In terms of, we have these technologies, but what are the cost-benefit analysis? And yeah, some lacking evidences in terms of clinical research that we really need to work on. That's noted po. Thank you very much. We are welcome. You are welcome to collaborate with us.
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Lulu. Ang layo, ano? O ito? Ito, ito. Okay.
I really like your research. It reminded me of a little bit of the way I was doing physical organic and biophysical chemistry during my heyday in research. My question is, if you had listened to Dr. Carlito Librilla, there's a trend to use a research like yours into business. Have you ever approached anybody to use it against ulcer? To use your knowledge to formulate a drug to fight ulcers, now that you know the mechanism of pylori bacter. Am I going the right direction, Carlito? Have you heard Carlito's research?
Yes, I know his work very well because I listened to his talk many times.
So I was thinking, can you do something similar?
Yes. Because I was trained originally as a chemist and biochemist. So of course we develop method, just like what Dr. Carlito is contributing. Once we have a very good method, of course we should apply to more translational study and analysis, and then the database could be useful to understand a disease or an important problem. I think Dr. Carlito already showed wonderful example in the morning.
Yeah,
I totally agree.
Have you approached any venture capitalists?
Yes, actually, in Taiwan, we have the so-called a national biobank, and I'm associated with the gastric diseases. Actually, we are helping them to accumulate the data, and then we are doing a similar thing as Dr. Carlito is doing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lulu. Thank you, Dr. Hans. Any other questions, points of clarification? Yes, go ahead, please. Please state your name and your affiliation. I think she's a student. Yes, go ahead.
Hello. Okay. So good afternoon. This question is for Dr. Chan Hong Lee. So my question is that I would like to kindly ask your thoughts on how could the link between the CG length and bacterial pathogenicity could be exploited for therapeutic interventions. That's it.
Thank you very much. This question is great. I mean, we have other data. I don't have time to talk about today, but we do indicate the enzyme we identify actually is a very important target for therapeutic intervention. So this is the reason we initiate like a preliminary screening, and then we already identify the lead compound, and then some of the lead compound they have been shown to be useful. To be useful for treating the multiple drug resistance, because in Taiwan, in H. pylori related infection, multiple drug resistance is a serious problem. It's about 10 to 20, depending on the region. 10 to 20% of patients they develop the multiple drug resistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lin. I saw another hand here. Any other question from the floor? So, Dr. Glenn, yes, go ahead, Dr. Libridia.
This is for Dr. Lin. One of the treatment for H. pylori is milk, and that drinking lots of milk, and so you get a lot of lipids that way, and so that seems to be really much in line with what you're showing. But the other thing is that HDL particles also take out cholesterol. So it's almost like the bacteria is acting like an HDL particle in a way, exchanging cholesterol with the cell membrane. It's a fascinating mechanism, but one that seems to be already being used for homeostasis, for example. So very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carlito. Would you like to?
I just have one sentence to in response to your comment. I think that these bacteria, they are very smart. They have a very unique and dedicated way to manipulate the membrane lipids. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Hans. Any other question from the floor? I think we could accommodate another question, another comment from the floor. Okay. I think would like to thank you everyone for your active participation in this open forum. Did I miss any hand? Sorry. Oh, sorry, Dr. Giselle. I didn't see your hand, so please.
I just wanted to point out. Can you hear me? No. Okay. Hello, can you hear me now?
Mahina siya. Mahina siya, Giselle.
Hello. Can you hear me? I just wanted to make a comment that Helicobacter pylori start in childhood. Helicobacter pylori infections, they start in childhood, Dr. Lebrilla and Professor. And have no symptoms. You know, for the longest time, there are no symptoms of the infection, even if it exists in the child. Okay, so I think you might also explore ways to develop diagnostics for this infection in early, part of early childhood. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Sorry, can I? The last two sentences, I cannot hear.
Diagnostic tool.
Diagnostic
tool for children, because her comment was, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Giselle, your comment was
I think you are raising a very important question. I think so far, to detect the presence of the H. pylori, they rely on two methods. One is you just use endoscopy, and the other thing is use the CO2, the ammonia detection method, because basically the bacteria has a high level of urease. They can hydrolyze the urea and to give CO2 and also the ammonia. Yeah, you are right. So we actually are working with the physician because that's our hypothesis. Because some of the enzyme, if they are released by outer membrane vesicle, they must induce the immune response. So probably those biosynthetic enzyme, the patients already has an antibody for detection. So this is the reason we are working with the hospital and then developing method for the quick detection. And then again, the presence of those enzyme or related antibody may correlate with the progressive course of the H. pylori infection. Am I
Yes.
answering your questions?
I think that's important, but the first point I made is that Helicobacter pylori infections usually occur early in childhood.
Yes.
And they remain undetected for many years. You don't see the ulcers until much later. And I thought that was relevant because Professor Carlito Lebrilla's research focuses on nutrition or milk in early childhood. So I just wanted to share that information with you. Thank you.
Yes, yeah, thank you.
And nobody really tests children for Helicobacter pylori at this point. It's not routinely being done. Okay? Childhood is when many cases start and there are no symptoms. So I think H. pylori diagnostics development is very important as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your suggestion and comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Giselle. So we thank you, everyone. And as we conclude, we'd like to take this moment to recognize and express our deep appreciation to our esteemed speakers, Dr. Mildred Girindola, Dr. Glenn Gregorio, and Dr. Chun Hong Lin. And to do so, we will be presenting certificates of appreciation to our distinguished speakers, and I would like to invite Dr. Gladys Completo here on stage for the presentation of these awards. Let me read the citation. This certificate of appreciation is awarded to Dr. Mildred Girindola as plenary session speaker during the 2024 Annual Policy Meeting and Symposium with the theme Filipino Scientists Across Borders Towards Developing Regional S&T Innovation Ecosystems and sub-theme Technological Innovations Towards Health, Food and Nutrition Security, held 15 to 17 July of 2024 at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. And similar certificate of appreciation or plaque of appreciation is given to Dr. Glenn Gregorio. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Glenn Gregorio. And the same certificate or plaque of appreciation is given to Dr. Chun Hong Lin. Thank you very much, Dr. Lin. I think we have to, okay, yes. Thank you. Thank you very much to our esteemed speakers. Thank you. So I'm giving back Elaine to you.
Thank you, Dr. Binag, for moderating our last plenary session. So thank you very much once again for everyone's participation in our plenaries and open forum. Now it's time for a short break.
Check, check. Check, check. Meron ka? Check, mic, check, check. Sabi, line pare, line. Hello, check. Sound, check, check, check. Mic, check, check. Hello, check, check. Hello, check, check, check. Meron? Okay na?
Check, check. Check, check. Check. Check, 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 check.
Thank you for conducting this 6th International Rice Congress, which I am sure will promote the development and use of more quality rice varieties and technologies, such as the ultra-low glycemic index or GI rice. The discoveries in this
frame. Sorry, mom. Sorry, you're not a frame. Okay. Wait.
Hello. Nag-work din sa wakas. Hello po. Ay,
Hindi. Hello? Loud and, ay, ma'am. Loud and clear. Ah,
Naka-video ka yata. Oh, here's the thing. Make sure you're muted. Sorry. Then they have to check the frame. You'll be sharing your screen.
Welcome back, everyone. Maligayang pagbabalik. I hope you had a chance to enjoy the refreshments and network with your peers. I am Ronilo Jose D. Flores from the Institute of Biological Sciences, the Zoonosis Center, and the Graduate School of UP Los Baños. I'm also an associate member of PAASE. And I will be your Master of Ceremonies for the second part of our afternoon session. Moving forward to our last scientific session for the day, may I call on our moderator for this session, Dr. Estefania Co, a distinguished member of the Board of Directors of the Philippine American Academy of Science and Engineering. Dr. Co also serves as the Policy and Strategy Committee of the Association of Asian Social Science Research Councils and is a professorial lecturer of the public administration at the University of the Philippines. Dr. Ko?
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. After our break and your bottle of Coke, I hope everyone is re-energized for our last scientific session for today. Our scientific session 3 will have 2 plenary lectures, the lecture G and lecture H. Let me begin with the introduction of our expert and plenary lecturer. Speaking on the topic of rice elite cultivars with 3 trait pyramiding for low glycemic index or GI, high protein and essential amino acids, I'd like to present to you our expert, Dr. Nese Srinivasulu, who is the principal scientist and research unit leader at the International Rice Research Institute. Dr. Srinivasulu holds adjunct positions in the School of Plant Biology and is a group leader in the Department of Molecular Genetics at the Leibniz Institute of Plant Genetics and Crop Plant Research. Please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Nese Srinivasulu over here.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, thank you so much for PASE for giving us an opportunity to be here, especially President of the PASE, as well as Noli, who has given an opportunity and invited IRI to represent this piece of work. So what I will really do is I will try to bring actually an important intervention what IRI has been doing. And IRI has been working in the last 6 decades or so to bring food security targets in Asia as well as in Africa. And now with the growing triple burden nutritional challenges, it's very important that we have to address both food security as well as nutritional security. So as you know, most of the rice as well as starchy staples, which is really high in its glycemic index, mostly because we consume in the form of highly refined grains, which has mostly 90% of the starch. And what we need is, we need more of the dietary fiber to add actually the density of the fibers in addition to the starch. Plus also we need to make sure that there are calories versus nutritional density optimized. So for that purpose, we have really been initiating the breeding program to convert high glycemic index into low glycemic index rice. And those kinds of technologies has a prospect actually to revolutionize both in Asia as well as in Africa. So as I mentioned that IRI has developed many of the mega varieties which has been grown in several millions of hectares. It started with the green revolution like IR8, followed by IR36 with disease resistant varieties, IR64 with good grain quality and a high yielding, and lately IRI 154 with high yielding with several disease resistance targets being grown. And these varieties have been disseminated in various countries across Asia. And also as a second generation breeding, lot of stress tolerant rice varieties have been developed, like drought resilient varieties, drought combined with submergence and flooding, as well as salinity tolerance. Glenn has been here, who has been contributing more on the salinity program. So these multi-stress tolerant and high yielding varieties have helped actually to address the food security across Asia, which created a bigger revenues. Whereas in India, the benefits have reached almost with the annual rice production of around $1.8 billion per year. Whereas in Bangladesh, it contributed between 1990 to 2018 around 33.2 billion. And in Philippines, it's around $4.24 billion. So rice is not only the food security crop, but it's also part of life because we tend to eat around 3 to 4 times a day. So when we really look at the current challenges, the top 10 countries where we see increased in diabetes is primarily China, around 140 million, India, around 74 million, followed by US and several other countries. And interestingly, the part of a diet should offer solutions for the changing health-related issues. And so rice-based diet intervention to really counter diabetes would be very important when we move forward in the next few decades. And so into that context, it's really important that we have to breed low glycemic index rice varieties, which we are calling it as a diabetic friendly rice. And so if we are able to bring this particular triad into high yielding variety, where people are using specific types of rice with the right texture, and if you have those benefits, then food as a medicine could be tackled. So from that context, the statistics in Philippines is between 2000 to 2023, we clearly see that around 4.3 million incidences of diabetes have occurred, whereas in 2000 it was only around 1 million. So it has really been growing at a very rapid number, and basically around 7.5% of the prevalence is there. So looking into those targets, it's really important that we have to address basically the mitigating solutions. And luckily, whenever we do not have solutions in the high yielding background, we always go back to gene bank. And IRI has around 130,000 different rice accessions collected all over the globe in the past 100 years, and they have been stored in the cold storage rooms. So we did deploy a lot of nutritional phenotyping methodologies, and also we have been sequencing those genomes to deploy artificial intelligence methods to really discover the genes. And so when we did not really had a source in the modern varieties, we went back to those gene bank accessions and we started actually to screen those land rices and wild rices. And then we were able to find some of the accessions which are low in its glycemic index. So even in crops like rice, there will be a hope that we could really bring those novel triads and convert them into the nutritious rice varieties. So from this context, also from COVID and post-COVID, consumers are very much aware of the health benefits and what solutions are there in the diet. And interestingly, there is a new market which has emerged, which is called low GI market. And if you could see, as it stands right now, it's around $3.27 billion market. So consumers are willing to pay more premium, and there is a very niche market being created. And if you see where the low GI market is being marketed, mostly through online retails. So that means it is produced in very few countries, but then it is being sold in many other countries because that's in demand. And so when we really look at the market shares and trends, we notice that it's going to go to 4.6 billion with a CAGR of 4.9%. So this really is a very interesting figure, and we really need to make sure that this is not only offered to the rich people, but also if we can really convert popular variety from high glycemic index into low glycemic index rice, then we would be able to really bring down the cost and offer these dietary-based solutions to the consumers. So I just wanted to take a minute to explain what is actually the consequence of glycemic index. So let's imagine that we drink glucose, and within 30 to 40 minutes, basically the glucose what we drank will be absorbed into our bloodstream. That will be treated as 100% glycemic index. So in comparison to that, the milled rice, when we cook and then feed actually to the human subjects, what we saw is many of the milled rice will be rapidly digested into glucose, gets absorbed into the bloodstream within 40 to 50 minutes. So that is as comparable as to drinking glucose, which is generally high in its glycemic index. But then to have public health evidences, basically what we need is really a low glycemic index, where it should really release glucose very slowly, and it has to create a satiety. So from that context, what we are interested is really to breed the low glycemic index food. So for that, one of the rate limiting step was really the measuring the glycemic index value. So if we go actually and test on the human subjects, subject to subject population variation would exist. And also it's going to be very costly. It costs around $5,000 per sample, and we cannot really take up any of the breeding programs with that kind of phenotyping methodology. So what we did is, on the left side, you see that the digestion process being mimicked. On the right side, where we have created an automated system called gut analyzer, and we have used the same human hydrolytic enzymes like salivary amylases, pepsin, as well as amyloglucosidase, which is present in our saliva, pepsin, as well as in the small intestine, where the cooked milled rice will be converted from its starch into glucose because of those hydrolytic enzymes, and then we calculate the glucose area under curve. And this particular method is semi-throughput, and we were able to bring down the cost to around $180. And so this has really opened up the possibility to really go back and screen a lot of germplasm in the gene bank and try really to identify the donors which has really low glycemic index in its nature. So after we did that, you see that variety like IR64 would have a glycemic index response of 90, whereas several other variety, they would have intermediate GI. And interestingly, after large number of screening, we identified very few accessions which are really low in its glycemic index value, where like ERI-147, GQ2522, GQ2497, they possess actually the low GI values below 55. And once we had these interesting donors ranging from high to low, then together with FNRI, we worked to really test based on the in vivo GI situation. And the correlations over there is 0.96 to 0.97. So this really gave us the confidence that the methodology, what we have, can be a potential enrichment strategy to identify the important donors. And also some of those low GI lines we have tested in different populations like Caucasian population, Southeast Asian population, as well as South Asian population. So once we identify those donors, then we also go with the continuous glucose monitoring system, where generally interstitial glucose is being measured. And then we also have derived actually the glycemic estimation values based on the glucose area of curve, and those calculations we have developed in-house. So again, if you see here, the popular variety like Dinerado, which is really high in its glycemic index, and on the other hand, the ERI-147 derived pasta, what we made, it really has the low GI property. It releases glucose slowly. So these are actually the important interventions, what we could really think about the health benefits. And meanwhile, ERI was able to work on the policy intervention by bringing 10 different governments. It's called basically Seeds Without Border. So that means if a variety is released in one country, if agroclimatic conditions have been matched, then even without actually going into very intensive testing, that variety can be notified. So for that purpose, basically, this is one of the variety ERI-147, which has been released here as a salinity tolerant line, which we identified as a low GI. And now we have really tested those in 4 different countries: Philippines, Nepal, India, as well as Bangladesh. Under ideal conditions, it gives yield ranging between 5 to 7.5 tons, whereas basically under salinity conditions, it gives half the yield. And so through Seeds Without Border, basically in India as well as in Bangladesh, we have been growing these rice and really trying to create a cluster for the low GI rices. So that is a pathway really to kind of come back and reposition those varieties to multiple countries, and then try really to create a value chain specifically for transforming the health benefits of rice consuming people. So we also have been really looking into what are the modern technologies we can deploy to basically alter the glycemic index response, as well as to increase the protein content. So we did use actually one of the mutation breeding techniques. And interestingly, we screened the gene bank lines. Out of 10,000 gene bank lines, we found only one donor where the glycemic index response was found to be 44. And interestingly, this is a particular a mutant which was identified in the field by Dr. Gurudev Ghosh. And that was found to be high amylose extender. And interestingly, this particular mutant, although it is high amylose, the texture will be altered significantly. And also yield was very less because of negative effects, what it has because of extreme high amyloses. So what we did is we created a huge recombinations by crossing that mutant to one of the high quality rice in India called Samba Masuri. And then we created more than 2,500 recombinant inbreed line populations. And then we measured the glycemic index response, and then you could see from the populations, you see not only high glycemic index, which is the Samba Masuri type of the alleles, whereas the low GI and also ultra low GI was identified. And this is a very unique source where the glycemic response falls as low as 30. And so we were able to kind of identify basically the genetics connected to this particular triad. And as you could see on chromosome 2, we have identified a very significant QTL. We called it as a GI 2.1. And interestingly, 0.1 MB away from that ultra low GI rise, we also identified a high protein QTL, which we named it as a PC 2.1. And interestingly, only one SNP, which is really contributing to that ultra low GI, it explains 60% of the phenotypic variation. So that is very, very significant. And then we identified 8 more genes sitting in that particular hotspot region, and combining into that haplotype, we were able to increase the protein from 8% to 16% protein, and the glycemic index response has been brought down to as low as 33. With a good texture, the ultra low GI of 44 has been defined. So this clearly helped us to identify that we could identify a very important target gene, and through that we can initiate the breeding. So eventually we went into CRISPR-Cas9 genome editing, and then we have targeted an exon 15 region, and then we have mutated basically a SNP over there, which leads to alteration in the allele A instead of reference allele, and that led to change in the GI. So we confirmed that this particular SNP would help to convert from intermediate GI to low GI, and additional genes what we have identified in the neighbor region would be very critical to increase the protein content as well as to bring down the GI to basically in the range of 30. So from the milled rice, we could use that as a protein source. And as you could see here, the Samba Masuri, which is one of the recipient line, which is a high quality rice, which is yielding only 8% protein yield when we applied the industrial scale protein isolation methods. And interestingly, the ultra low GI high protein rice has around 15.99% protein yield. And this is the first time in rice that we were able to breed a high protein rice. And from the milled rice, we now have been preparing really the supplements. We call it as a rice protein supplement with essential amino acids. And in this case, we were able to combine with one of the lysine catabolic gene along with high protein. And as you could see, just by feeding 100 grams of milled rice, we could really achieve the required essential amino acids like lysine content. And so going back now, we demonstrated that we have taken one of the popular variety from one country. We could clearly bring the triads like ultra low GI and high protein, and we have identified that to be responsible for potential health benefits. And now to further cut down the cost, remember that when we started, $5,000 was actually the phenotyping cost. And we brought it down to around $170 to $180 through in vitro GI. Now we developed artificial intelligence modeling tools to really identify highly significant SNPs in combination with some of the biochemical composition like amylose content and protein content, and 2 SNPs where the model shows that nearly with around 80% accuracy, we can predict ultra low GI high protein category, distinguishing from high glycemic index. And this cost only $10, around $2 for the and around $8 for the phenotyping. So now we could really take up really conversion of multiple mega varieties across the country. So moving forward, basically, we have been really looking into the quality of starch, because if it changes the texture, basically consumers won't accept any of these kinds of nutritious rices. And so we have been really looking into the composition of polymers, mostly the medium chain and short chain amylopectins. And we identified several important medium chain and short chain amylopectins, which contributes to lower the digestibility, but it doesn't really change the texture. Whereas amylose is the one where it changes the texture, but it can also lower the glycemic index value. So what we did is we kept amylose 1 to a higher level, which does not influence the texture, but amylose 2, it will retrograde the texture. So we reduced amylose 2, but then we changed the flux more towards medium chain and short chain amylopectins of specific polymers. And through that, resistant starch has been created when we cook and cool, but it doesn't really alter the original texture. So these particular tools we have been deploying to ensure that the rice what we breed, consumers will be able to accept the textural preferences. And as I mentioned, one of the original mutant, it had really severe yield penalty. So we cloned another gene which is responsible for panicle branching to increase the superior grain number per panicles. And as you could see, again, with one single gene, what we have identified, we are able to recombine ultra-low GI with higher branching of the panicles, which resulted in increase in the yield almost ranging between 6 to 8 tons. And so these are actually the highly diagnostic markers what we were able to deploy and identify through the novel multi-omics techniques. And once we really had the finished products, we went back and then we worked with biomedical community and we have tested actually the relevance of these lines. So go back to the black dots over there, which is Dinarado, where we tend to eat as a popular variety, where most of the starch will be converted into glucose within 50 minutes. And you see that there is a shoot up of interstitial glucose, whereas the blue line is actually the ultra-low GI, where it releases glucose very slowly, and only 1/4 of that glucose is released during the 2 hours. So these are actually the initial results, what we have identified, and we really need to work with several partners, such as UPLB as well as with FNRI, to really take up the intervention studies moving forward. So, and we were able really to overcome a lot of barrier on the texture plus also on the yield. And these are really the lines which have been fixed. We call it as the ultra-low GI lines, and they are yielding 100, basically the maturity is around 90 to around 105 days. And the yield is around 6 to 6.5 tons. And that's our board of chair who has been looking into the mapping populations, what we developed, and the front view is really one of the best line, what we have selected with high yielding, with good texture, with ultra-low GI property. So now we were able to combine several combinations, only low GI, or low GI with high protein, or ultra-low GI, or ultra-low GI with high protein. So this offers a very unique possibility to continue to provide actually milled rice as the dietary source, and it reduces the glycemic index values, plus also it adds protein. And secondly, they are high yielding with good texture. So the glycemic index values range almost between 30 to almost 50. So these are actually the kind of materials. Last year, we have gifted this material to Philippines President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. And he has strongly endorsed this technology and assured that these technologies will be positioned to benefit the Filipino consumers. So may I actually ask to play that video?
Thank you for conducting this 6th International Rice Congress, which I am sure will promote the development and use of more quality rice varieties and technologies, such as the ultra-low glycemic index or GI rice. The discoveries in this Congress will pave the way for greater strides in the rice industry in the Philippines and across the globe. I look forward to seeing the innovations to be discussed in this Congress come to life, including the ultra-low GI rice. We harvest, process, and consume, we gain the strength and nourishment that we need to continuously drive our lives, families, and nations forward.
All right. So basically now once we have developed these technologies, then we are able to bring that into different maturity and different size and shape and texture. So this is very important because as I showed you in the beginning, the market value is very high and it is currently available only as a premium. But now if we really bring this triad into many popular varieties, we would be able to really bring down the cost and make it affordable to the consumers. So from that context, basically we have been working with Philippines government, where Department of Agriculture, PhilRice as well as UPLB, we have come together and we agreed that these low GI, ultra low GI and high protein rice will be scaled, where Department of Agriculture will take up a large scale demonstration of these varieties in 100 hectares. And then we will create actually the branding traceability opportunities and then link with the traders. And on the other hand, we need to really work with the biomedical community where there is an emphasis on establishing a consortium where biomedical community, food product development and value addition stakeholders can be brought together so that we would be able to really bring these technologies at a short time interval. And so it really requires the conceptualization of addressing food and nutritional security, launch the market of healthier rices, and then create business opportunities, and then position the products, and then launch basically the business technologies. And so these are actually the opportunities to enhance the business case for rice and value-added nutritious products, where Philippines can actually accelerate these technologies moving forward. So as I told you that regular rice would fetch around $400 to $450. They are high quality long grains, which are non-aromatic, whereas aromatic rice fetches around $1,000. But then these nutritious rices for the pigmented rice or low GI rice can fetch up to $1,500 to $1,750 US. So that's also a way of increasing the premium as well as the commercial value to the rice farmers. So now, if you have these technologies, what it will do in the next 30 years and how it will impact Asia and Africa. So we have done certain simulation studies and considering basically the triple burden nutritional challenges and the dietary preferences, what is there in different countries. So the top left corner, if you see from today to basically 2050, you see that type 2 diabetes is going to be the biggest problem in not only in Asia, but also it's going to go into Africa as well as in Latin America. It is really a problem of obesity and diabetes, which is really the daily values which have been projected. And this is not just a projection. If we really look between 1980 to now, it rose from 180 million to 445 million. So this is increased by basically 400%. So, and that trend is really going to continue to 2050. And so the figure below is where we consume rice. And if you see figure C, that is where all the countries are consuming rice as the primary staple diet, and mostly in the form of a millet, in the form of milled rice. So you could clearly see if you bring solutions into the diet like rice, and if those challenges are going to aggravate in the next decades, then that can become one of the important interventions. And so we looked at the GDPs across the countries between different continents. And as you could see here, if GDP starts to grow, then diabetes prevalence starts to increase But then only in the most advanced countries, when they bring other interventions, then the diabetes prevalence can go down. So now looking at all the multifactorials, we have created simulations. And now we ask the question, if low GI rice will be released and disseminated, then where it is really going to impact in the next 25 years. And clearly, as you could see, the most of the Asia, South Asia and Southeast Asia problems could be countered, whereas in Africa, the problems we cannot intervene because of the intervention perspectives. And so these are some of the modeling tools, what we should really be using to understand the powerful of technologies, how we can really combine them to make sure that those technologies will be enabled by the policymakers. And we work with public and private sector to scale the technologies and make it available to the consumers. So at IRI, we have really been very seriously working on nutritional security. So I primarily talked about low GI, increased dietary fiber and resistant starch and high protein. I did not mention about pigmented rice, but we have also been really looking into those interventions as a whole grain rice. And that all helps actually to address the diabetes, prevent celiac disease and gluten intolerance. On the other hand, zinc has also been mainstreamed with 20 to 24 ppm, and golden rice to enrich vitamin A content has been done in partnership with basically fill rice. So those are additional technologies to add more nutritional density. And also we have been working with DLSU and other stakeholders with fortification, ultrasonication based fortification technologies, where folic acid has been enriched to nearly around 165 milligrams per kg, where only 2.4 grams of fortified kernels can be mixed with regular milled rice. Whereas in case of iron, we need to mix around 46 grams to meet the daily requirement. So if we can take that roadmap, then we hopefully would be able to address food and nutritional security as we move forward into the next decades. So a few conclusions. I hope I was able to really show you that future health is based on the nutrient density over calories. So we really need to optimize the calories where the glycemic index value is very important, but also we have to look into other macronutrients such as protein. And of course, in terms of minerals and vitamins, we have to look into the source of antioxidants, micronutrients, vitamins, and dietary fiber, where genetics can be part of the solution, but fortification solution should be embraced in parallel. And so moving forward, complementary animal proteins, especially with plant-based proteins, rice has very high digestibility of the and bioavailability of the protein. Plus also it has enriched essential amino acids in some of the lines what we have bred. So that can actually help to promote the sustained plant health. And we all need to work together to convert staple rice into nutrient density rice. So moving forward, if we do not really work with the industry as well as government and create that value chain, it won't be easy to make that needed impact. And for that, we really have decided actually to work with Philippines as well as Indian governments, as well as various sectors. And we have really been looking into creating a distinct value addition to promote those nutritious rices and technologies, including various food products, what will be developed out of it. And that can actually help address basically UN sustainable goals. So in terms of conclusions, I hope these new venture of partnerships can be brought together, and we really need cooperation from multiple organizations. So this particular work has been contributed by various important colleagues in the Grain Quality and Nutrition Center. And we have also had wonderful collaborations across Philippines, UK, Australia, as well as Germany. And most importantly, that I would really like to thank donors like FFAR, BBSRC, ICR, RDA, as well as CJR for extending the funding support, including Philippine government. So I would really like to thank you for your patience, and if you would have any questions, I shall be able to address later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Nese, for that wonderful science presentation that tries to battle against the ferocious diabetes and making humanity and science connect to each other. In the meantime, I'd like to call on someone else who will talk about innovation in the food practice. And I'm referring to another expert and resource person on the topic breeding better crops through plant breeding innovations, a public sector scientist's perspective. And I'm referring and I'm proud to invite our resource person and expert, Dr. Desiree Hotea, who is a retired full professor at the UP Los Baños. She spearheaded the development and commercialization of the UPLB's BT eggplant EE-1 varieties. She received various awards, such as from the National Academy of Science and Technology of the Philippines and from the National Research Council of the Philippines Achievement Award. I'd like to call on Dr. Hotea, who will deliver her lecture online via Zoom. Let's please welcome here from Dr. Desiree Hotea.
Sorry. Hello, can everybody hear me? Hi. Go ahead. Okay, good afternoon and good morning from my side of the world. So I'd like to thank, first of all, the PASE for the invitation and for all the patience in waiting for my responses.
So while we're having obviously some technical issues, we'd like to remind everyone that the parallel sessions will be right after this session. So you'll be boarding some coasters, coast plural ba? Basta may mga coaster tayo dyan na nakaantabay. So we'll be ferried from this hall, the
Naguguluhan ako
historical
sa'yo.
Baker Hall, to one of the new buildings on campus, which is the graduate school building, or officially known as what? The Graduate School International Students and Culture Center. This is where, that place is where we celebrate diversity, inclusivity, and stuff. And I guess it's my cue to get off the stage. We give you Dr. Desiree Hotea.
Hello. Good morning. Good afternoon and good morning from this side of the world. Again, if you didn't hear me earlier, I would like first and foremost to thank PASE for the kind invitation and for all the patience in the last few weeks. I was sick, so I had a hard time responding on time. So this is my talk, and this is not a technical lecture, but rather sharing of what I my entire research work in trying to introduce innovations in plant breeding. And so let me take you to the next slide. Ayaw. It's frozen. Yeah.
Sorry.
What are you doing? Sorry. Okay. So I can see my slide. Sorry. This out. Okay. So this is this particular slide tells you what plant breeding is all about. It is both a science and art, basically producing a new variety. And this is the ultimate goal of plant breeding. And it depends on, it's basically improving through changing the genetic makeup of the plant. So in this particular slide, you can see that there are two main components of plant breeding or requirements, which is you have to have variation. The more the better, and you have to have a method for selecting once you put those two variations together in the process that is described here. So the plant breeding usually has three main steps, which is basically once you have chosen the materials that you want to put together, then you make the cross, and then you select the outstanding offspring of those two parents through looking at what the recombined characteristics, and then you confirm the performance of those selected material offsprings through across environments, and from there you get to release a new variety. Or the materials that are coming from the field trials can also be reintroduced and as another source of increasing the variation. So this is a cycle, and where innovation will come in would be in the yellow colored bubble, wherein you can actually induce genetic variation through different types of processes like mutation, cisgenesis or transgenesis, or or even the older ones, which is just putting together recycling things that you have selected from the previous generations, and then the cycle goes on. So the other place where you can actually put innovation, or where innovation happens, is in the method wherein you make your selection of the desired offspring by increasing the efficiency or accelerating the time so that it can go to market immediately. So, next slide. Okay. So, over time, time and time again, plant breeding innovations brings benefits. So to the farmers, to the consumers, and to the environment. So in terms of food security, better crops that are resistant to pests and diseases can get good yields and increase the profitability of farmers. And then more importantly, especially now that plant breeding innovation can bring benefits so that we can produce more food from the same unit of land. So with the problem now is in this century, plant breeding innovation is really more crucial because of what humanity is facing. So most of you are probably familiar with the projections in the 2050 of because of climate change. There will be also decreased water, and then demands for renewable energy. And so this would actually bring more focus to what plant breeding innovation can provide. So these are grand challenges, but fortunately, also in this century, there are a lot of scientific and technological innovations that are going on. And so this can be harnessed to be able for plant breeding to use it and respond to these grand challenges. So by way of comparison, in the 1960s, 1 hectare was enough to feed 2 people. By 2025, it can feed 5 people. By 2050, you need 70% more food than today, or more. You have to more than double what we have today to be able to sustain the world population. So this is another illustration of how innovation can be factored into the breeding, plant breeding. So this is basically what Wayne Parrott called a universal breeding equation. And so it has percent of the population you select, the genetic diversity, and it needs, the more accurate you are and the less time you have, you can put in, then the faster the gain, and then the products going to the market. So this is where innovation can come in. Also in introduction of increasing genetic diversity as through the tools of the new technological tools. So this particular slide tells you that plant breeding innovation has been going on, since the time that man made the first selection. So in this particular slide, about 10,000 years ago, they said that man already, there were hunter and gatherer societies, but by the 9,000 BC, man has already populated the planet. And so, they cannot afford to do hunting and gathering. And then also the ice age the big thaw has already happened. And so so you can imagine it in similar sense that, the climate is different, there are more people. But this was like in the 10,000 BC, which is the beginning of agriculture, when man, because lands were opened, and therefore they can settle and do agriculture. So what happened is in the next centuries, up to the mid 18th century, then a lot of crops that we see today were actually came out from the domesticated plants. Crops that we use for food today were all derived during that period. And then from the early society are coming from the Stone Age, and between the Stone Age and about 1750, the Iron Age, the iron and other new tools came about, which I'm sure were man was able to harness to be able to to attain the goals that it sets out to do. So in this particular, from simple selection breeding, this is now what we have now is what we call precision breeding. And there are a lot of, you can divide the entire spectrum of innovation into 3, which is basically the first part would be domestication and selection. And then when Mendel's law of genetics came about, and DNA was discovered in 1953. So there are a lot of innovations that came in. So which brings about crossbreeding, hybrid breeding, and mutation breeding. Also wide crosses. So what's the difference between the first and the second? In the first part, mostly the plant breeders or the cultivators or the farmers who were the first plant breeders actually were looking at phenotypes. And in the next panel, because of the discovery of DNA and also the laws of Mendel, they are now able to see the genotype, and not just the phenotype, but also the genotype, and predict, the offspring that they will get. And then after 1953, and with the development also of tissue culture technology, then it is very much in the last 50 years or so, less than 50 years, then accelerated breeding happens. And it's because of the different technological innovations that came about after when the different tools of molecular biology and related disciplines came about. So just to show you, what that whole continuum, how that whole continuum works. So this is the hunter-gatherer as a society, and they became sedentary. And then because of that, they were able to do the simple selection breeding that I was telling you about. So most of the time, they will look for fruit sizes. So this is your corn from this single simple seeded ones. Then you have it evolved. Man was able to select and produce the corn that we see today. And this is rice, where it is the wild rice is shattering, and then the rice that we have now you can actually harvest and get more grains. So yield becomes higher. And then this is a typical. This is your brassica, where everything that are around it came from. And again, these were all done through simple selection by before the laws of Mendel came about. So this is the second part. As I said, between 1865, when Mendel's law of genetics came about, and then from there, hybridization and the prediction of offsprings and selection were all elucidated. And then in 1953, when Rosalind, through X-ray diffraction of Rosalind Franklin, both Watson and Crick inferred the double helix, which brought about, again, as I said, the central dogma, and plus the Mendelian genetics. So the resulting technologies and innovations or crossbreeding, wherein you have two parents and you that have characters that you desire, and then put them together, and then through repeated generations, then you actually select the best material. And then also the concept of heterosis, or this is the hybrid breeding, came about also within this period. And because DNA was discovered, then also mutation breeding also came about. And as IAEA reported, as of today or recently, there are about 3,300 known varieties that came out from mutagenesis, which basically generates variation, and then where selection can happen. And then the third would be your current current period of plant breeding, which some people call it molecular breeding, some people call it modern biotech breeding, etc., etc. But basically, most of the time, it is really because the genotype can be seen and manipulated. So the first wave of technologies that came about and brought about breeding methods are what they call marker assisted or marker breeding methods. So there's a list of things here, and the whole idea is that you can actually see the genotype and therefore manipulate it. So instead of looking at the phenotype, then you are actually looking at the genetic makeup. And from there, with also with technology of computer bioinformatics and other and quantitative genetics, then the whole range of tools for breeding, improving the selection methods are realized. And then from in addition to the molecular marker technology, the next wave of technology that came about is genetic engineering. So for marker assisted breeding methods, they usually are confined to products, to parents that are compatible, that you can cross. So in the case of genetic engineering, this is the difference is that you can actually create a new variety with genes from any species. That's why it's called transgenesis, or, this is more popularly known as GMO. So you have a donor that has the gene of interest, but instead of crossing, you just pick the gene of interest, and then through molecular biology techniques and also tissue culture, then you can actually recreate, you can put precisely that specific gene into the materials that you like. And through tissue culture and growing out, then you can actually regain the plants of interest with the genes that you specifically moved into it, whether it comes from a related material or from other species. So these are examples of GM plants that we have now, and one of the crops, the GM crops, is the one that I worked on, which is BD eggplant. And then the new kid on the block is what they call gene or genome editing technique, or which basically is the use of enzyme system that can modify DNA. And so this is basically what happens. So it actually takes advantage of the DNA repair pathway. So in this particular case, this is a mutation, this a mutation induced effect on the pathway. The pathway can also be affected by natural processes, or you can actually use this new technology, which the most popular is CRISPR-Cas. And so what it does is it creates this double-stranded break, and it could it doesn't have a template, then it can repair, and this is called SDN1, or directed mutagenesis. You don't introduce any foreign DNA. And SDN2 is brought about by homologous recombination with minimum changes. And then you can also create SDN3, which is practically a GM, by introducing a big chunk of DNA into your new material. So for GE, or genetic gene editing application, 90% of it is basically SDN1, and less than 10% is basically a GE application. So if it is GE, then it will have to undergo regulatory process that governs genetic engineering, whereas gene edited applications has a different regulatory regime. So this part of the slide basically tells you, how the breeding part came about. This is basically how you introduce the SDN1, SDN2, SDN3 through the different enzymes. So this an example is CRISPR-Cas. So what you do is the most important is you have a guide RNA, and then you have the Cas9, and what it does is cut and then repair. And basically, you can remove the part that has the the that you use for the molecular technique, and it's introduced through and through breeding. Then you can select the non-GM component. So this is basically the legal status worldwide of how gene-edited plants are regulated. So the ones in green, including the Philippines, has a regulatory regime for gene-edited plants. And while the others, like the rest of Europe and parts of Africa and the Middle East, they are treating gene-edited plants also like GM, or they don't have any existing regulation. And in the white ones, it's uncertain what kind of regulation they will have for gene-edited plants. So this particular slide tells you that it is very asynchronous. So the part of the innovation, how innovation can achieve its main goal is for the regulatory system to be more precise and more predictable. So that's the part of the overview of the plant breeding innovations from the time that agriculture came into being to the more modern or more recent latest innovations. So what I'm going to do is basically walk you through how. So the title of this particular slide is Initiating Plant Breeding Innovation in a Plant Breeding Institute, which is a public institution. And this is basically the story of my life. Okay, so wait. So, oh, goodness. It's not coming back. Okay, so yeah, I know I cannot. I need to. It's away. Okay, I need to go back. Okay, so this is basically this particular slide tells you, how I started in 1977, and then when I retired in 2021, how I initiated innovations in what was existing as a traditional or conventional breeding schemes in IPB. So when I love innovation, so that when even at my undergraduate, when people are working on breeding, I was doing isosign. And so when I went for my PhD, I still continue that, but I said to my advisor that I cannot go home if I only know the same thing. So that during the time, there was a professor and molecular breeding has just started. And so by the time I came back in the Philippines, I was trained in molecular marker technology. So the first part of my work in the institute is try to introduce how molecular marker technology can be used in plant breeding. And this particular slide tells you, the evolution from RFLP to PCR based. So that's the kind of things that I did. And of course, to be able to do this thing, I have to build a lab. And during that time, nobody has seen a PCR machine. Nobody has seen a pipetor. Nobody has seen a microcentrifuge tube. So the challenge is very different. But then I told my professor that give me 10 years and I will build a lab. And so by 2003, we have a functioning laboratory that can do molecular marker technology. And by the time also the agencies, R&D agencies has supported the mainstreaming of molecular marker technology. But primarily this is for a lot for diversity analysis. So I cannot, we tried to do some marker assisted selection, but at the time, the technology is still expensive and therefore it cannot be, you know, it cannot be used in the same manner that it is being used now. So the challenge there is because of cost, and also at the time, the traditional or the conventional plant breeders are you know interested in yield, complex characters, and at the time those marker technologies has not progressed enough, unlike now that it can really the fruits of those different marker methods, molecular marker technology methods have really accelerated plant breeding. So you know when people so I said I started this, and when people have started picking it up, a new kid on the block came, which is genetic engineering. And then we have the lab, we have a plant breeding, we have a tissue laboratory. And as early as 1993, this is the time of Dr. Paldulina in DOST. He started supporting, you know, the interest of can we do genetic engineering in the Philippines. And we started with, you know, BT corn and then using gene gun. But it took another 10 years before, you know, I was really able to do molecular biology, genetic engineering. And this was in 2003. So we started with several materials, coat protein, papaya, tomato, but the one that succeeded you know, the most is the BT eggplant. It ran from 2003 to 2025. So 2021. And then 5 years before I retired, we started doing genomics. And then my legacy project is basically a genetic engineer, gene editing project to build. Yeah. So the next slide is just to show you the different markers. And this is the work that we have done in the Philippines. And so again, we employed it also with eggplant at the later part. So the molecular marker technology has been going on. It did not stop because I stopped. It was actually picked up, and more people have, you know, have brought the technology into use and in developing varieties. So we work on different crops except rice. So these are the technologies that were, you know, I was able to bring in into the Plant Breeding Institute. And then so the next few slides would be about BT eggplant projects in the Philippines. And so, you know, we picked the right target, which is an eggplant, which has a very different, a very serious problem. And this is, it has no solution in terms of conventional breeding. And it is very detrimental to both health and the environment. And it also is, you know, it costs a lot to be able to produce a crop using chemicals. So there is a technology that is available, and it has been used as a regular pesticide, but it has a known safe history, a known history of safe use, and it has been put in other crops like cotton, corn, soybean, and so we thought, why not? And we have a partner that can make it available to us. So in 2003, Mahiko, that who developed Event EE1, but in a germplasm that is not suited for the Philippines. It's round, it's not purple. So we we work with a technology transfer, a group led by Cornell. And so we got hold of the materials, use conventional marker-assisted breeding to transfer the BT technology into varieties that are preferable to Philippine consumers. And so by the present, we have 4 varieties, 4 hybrids, and 3 OPBs of BT eggplant, which can actually we have tested to have protection of up to 100% against this very important insect pest. So it's a collaboration with a lot of people, and these are the some of the tricks that we used. This is the timeline, and from 2002 to 2006 up to in 2023, we have gotten the approval for commercial propagation, and then we're faced with the legal challenges. So right now, we were sued in 2012 and again in 2023, and the current situation is that we have filed for a motion for reconsideration, and the decision is still pending. So the last project that I worked on is on genome editing. As I said, I like innovation, and we were again still working on eggplant, but because of GM, so let's say, why don't we look for new defense genes using different technologies? And so these are some of the work that we have done. It was intended, the project was intended to be a capacity building, but we were able to use genomics and look for genes like polyphenol oxidase, protein inhibitors, and then jasmonic acid, and do use genomics to look for phylogenetic relationships, and also with the intent of being able to get those genes. We also developed the regeneration system for eggplant, which was not existing before. If you want to do modern breeding, you have to have a tissue, a working tissue culture system. And this is how far we have gone. We have actually the guide RNAs, and we know that it's cutting. And this is so far what we have done for now. So in addition, we have teamed up with the computer science, again, very different, and they help us develop digital or IT tools for accurate and phenotyping. So with that, I thank you very much for your time. And if there are any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Desiree Hotea, for that enlightening presentation. And that's really a long journey, as we have seen. Now we have come to our open forum session, and may I invite Dr. Nese Srinivasulu on stage for some of the questions that may be raised. In the meantime, may I invite those who'd like to ask questions to please make your questions short and sweet. Please come over to the microphone at the center aisle for your questions. Thank you. It's very good presentation.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dr. Srini Basulu. So I'd like to ask, by the way, I'm Ivy from Central Mindanao University, and I'd like to ask, considering the broad implications for populations reliant on rice as a staple food, what are the potential impacts of these cultivars on global food security and nutrition? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think in my presentation, I have highlighted, the potential importance of positioning these nutritious varieties to address food and security that is quite broadly across Asia, and also moving forward in the next decades, the impact could also be positioned for Africa as well. Mainly because rice is really the staple diet. Value chains have been strongly emerged. So, any of those nutritionally rich varieties, what we would breed, and if we would help them to disseminate in the target countries, that will potentially impact both in Asia as well as in Africa.
Thank you. Any more questions to raise? Lulu?
Sorry, I love to watch the internet, and there is a rumor that if you keep your rice overnight in the refrigerator, it has a lower glycemic index. Is that true? Scientifically, if you lower the temperature of the rice and by keeping it in the refrigerator overnight, it will lower the glycemic index by about 5 or 10. I forgot already how much. Have you heard that?
Yeah, I mean,
Scientific basis for that?
are you referring to technologies of post-harvest intervention? All right. Yeah, I think the technology is what I've presented is mostly through genetics, right? So the composition, what has been altered in the starch quality. So that really has an implication in lowering the glycemic index mostly through genetics. But of course, right now there are certain technologies which have been proposed, like steaming, paraboiling can have an impact to lower the GI. And also people have been reporting if you cook in excess water and remove it, basically that can reduce by few units. So all of those interventions can reduce glycemic index values by 3 to 4%, but that will not really help to bring it down to the low GI. So low GI characteristic feature should be 55 and below. And most of the varieties what we have, they are high glycemic index, approximately around 70 and above.
All right. Thank you very much. We have one last question allowed. Going, go, gun. All right. I'd like to thank everyone for their active participation in the open forum. We would like to recognize and express our deep appreciation for our esteemed speakers, two great people, Dr. Srinivas Sulu of IRRI and Dr. Desiree Hotea. Their time, knowledge, and expertise with us today. To present the certificates of appreciation to our two distinguished experts and speakers, I would like to invite our President, Dr. Gladys Completo, to come over and present the awards and recognition to them. This certificate. May I just read out the content of the certificate? The certificate of appreciation is awarded to Dr. Nese Srinivasulu for their invaluable contribution as plenary session speaker during the 2024 annual PAASE meeting and symposium with the theme Filipino Scientists Across Borders Towards Developing Regional Science and Technology Innovation Ecosystems, and sub-theme Technological Innovations Towards Health, Food and Nutrition Security, held on 15 to 17th July 2024 at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Similar certificate is also presented to Dr. Desiree Hotea.
Yes, ma'am.
So we thank our experts, Dr. Srinivasulu and Dr. Hotea for sharing their talent and expertise and knowledge on the topic today. Thank you very much, everyone, for sharing the time and for the questions raised. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you to all our esteemed speakers for their enlightening talks, our plenary lectures today. Now we encourage you to continue your exploration of these topics by participating in our parallel sessions located at the UPLB Graduate School and inside the Baker Hall. Parallel session 1.1 will be held at the GS Conference Room. Presenters for parallel session 1.2 may proceed to GS Room 201, while presenters for parallel session 1.3 may go to room 202. Lastly, those attending parallel session 1.4 may stay here at the Baker Hall. Later, we will reconvene here at the Baker Hall at 6 p.m. for the poster viewing session. This is a chance to explore the innovative researches and projects presented by our participants. Following the poster viewing, we will proceed to our fellowship night at 7 p.m., where we can continue our discussions in a more informal setting. Thank you once again for participating and for your enthusiasm throughout the day. We look forward to seeing you in the next part of our event. See you later, everybody.